Welcome aboard. It is TMA on a Friday. Doug's here.
Yeah.
Jackson's
Present.
here.
Hey.
Chairman's here.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting in Timmy's chair.
Oh, I'm not supposed to be sitting in it. I'll stand.
So you're going to stand the entire show. If Tim's streaming the show, listening in, now he knows Kurt is in his spot. Tim's out today. It's his birthday weekend.
It's 5 a.m. where he's at.
But I guarantee he's up. Can I start with a crowd source? Why is the golf start so early? Is it for the Europeans so they can watch it at a reasonable hour? I mean, do they need to be teeing off at 7 a.m.?
I'm sure
Long
that's part
Island?
of it, and then part of it is daylight issues.
Well, it's barely light here. It's 7 o'clock right now. It's just now you could start playing.
They teed off at about this level of light about 40 minutes ago.
So 7 a.m.-ish New York time.
Seems
Right.
excessive to me.
But I think it's to make sure, because the afternoons, I mean, it gets dark here. What time do you guys think it truly gets dark enough where you can't play
Now?
golf?
About 7:15.
Yeah, about that. So if you want to have a decent little break in between the morning and afternoon sessions, you want to hit it early.
A little wide delta there.
I always love that about the Ryder Cup, that it opens up at like sunrise.
And I'm trying to remember when it was in Europe. Did it start at 2 a.m. American time?
Yeah, it started like at midnight. I remember it started
Overnight.
around like midnight. Yeah.
All right.
I was noticing last night that it was getting dark right about 7:15.
Yeah.
And to think that just 2 months ago we had to wait till 9 o'clock till it was dark enough for
Right.
fireworks.
This is perfect for me right now. I would take this every day of the year if I could, with the sunset time, temperatures.
The temperatures, yeah.
This is my sweet spot.
Well, welcome in. Tim is away, so load up the text inbox to tell us, Doug, that we're terrible.
Yeah.
And that Tim is great and that you missed him. It is his birthday.
That's what happens.
If you want to just drop off the gift outside Hubbard, we'll just have like a collection, kind of like the holidays for the kids. Air Comfort Service text line is 399-9646, the Calgary Thompson phone line. So, Kurt, what happens if they call? Do you run over there and grab it as Jackson, just put them on the air live?
I got eyeballs on it. Don't worry
Got
about it.
eyeballs on it.
Do it live. We'll do it live. Bill
Was that
O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly? Mm-hmm. And then what was the Berman outtake that we weren't supposed to see where he said, "You're with me, Leather," or was that a story?
Doug said that a couple
God.
of years ago on
Was that-
HD2.
Was that a story or was that an outtake?
I think it was a story.
Because Bill O'Reilly was caught on tape trying to cut a promo.
New Walk of Fame star for Bill Nye.
Bill Nye, the science guy.
Yeah, got himself a star.
Bill Nye.
That's different than Bill O'Reilly.
What happened, Doug? How does this happen?
I don't know.
Well, you can text in at 399-9646. Call in 974-0101. We've had a caller of the week already, listener of the month already. That was the card dealer Kurt with Tales from the Casino Queen. Calgary Thompson phone lines. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You are not being ignored. That's where folks gather, Doug, to watch the show.
Well, sure.
And then to chime in. And then we have the Stiefel dossier to tell you what's coming up on the... Oh, it's moving. It's changed. Joey Vitale's now at 8.
Yeah.
It started at 7:30.
That was the original time.
You told me, no, he's 7:45.
That change happened 10 minutes ago.
And it's now 8 o'clock.
That change happened 1 minute ago.
Okay.
So this is the living, breathing dossier that's
Well, it
finest.
sure is.
It just moved in front of me.
It's hyperventilating right now.
At some point, Joey Vitale will be on the show. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. That's all things.
That's locked in.
Okay, that's all things Mizzou. From Power Mizzou,
Presented
talking
by
about
James
the
Carlton.
homecoming, which the college Bryant invented, Doug. We learned yesterday that Mizzou, Illinois, we got a lot of folks claiming homecoming,
Right.
but Drink's carrying around the old pigskin from the early days. He's carrying around.
still have it?
I saw him on Channel 4 last
yeah.
night. He had the box
It's
with
like
him.
it's like gold. Kind of looks like the briefcase in Pulp Fiction.
He's carrying it around everywhere.
Yeah.
I had my grandfather's leather football helmet from the 20s for a while and got lost in a move.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I was heartbroken.
Yeah.
An old-fashioned leather, like what Red Grange would have worn.
What was the point of the leather helmet? Was it supposed to secure your brain? I mean, it
Well,
really.
just a little something. They didn't used to tackle with the head. They just kind of arm tackled everybody.
That's what they
More
say.
like rugby.
Yeah, that's what they say about rugby is that because you don't have any protection, you're not going to try to hit with your head.
Right.
You get a false sense of security.
Turned out not to be the safer way because people were dying playing football.
Right.
And that's what started the NCAA.
Right, and Yale started...
The NCAA started as a way to protect
Right.
college football players from getting killed.
I thought like the first NCAA football game was like with Yale.
Oh,
Maybe
that
I'm off.
might have been, probably.
Or Rutgers, maybe. One of those East Coast schools, Martin.
Okay.
I was thinking about wearing a Yale sweatshirt next Tuesday because you've got Heim in the middle of Bill and Bill, the DeWitts, all three Yale.
Oh, all three Bulldogs?
Yeah.
What would it take to get into Yale?
Money,
4.0 grade average to start?
at least.
Our buddy Bob Wallace went to Yale.
Yeah.
He was a running back. Maybe being good at sports helps a little bit.
For sure.
You think you could have gotten through Yale?
No.
Any of you guys?
Well, like,
No.
Do they offer, like, what's
Remedial courses.
Probably not.
Chairman, can we look up what's the easiest course offered?
I can do that. I also
easiest
got,
major? I want easiest major.
What do you think the cost of a year at Yale is?
70?
I was going to say
I would say more.
72.
85.
You're going to get in for 95.50.
year.
90,550.
I think a lot of kids, not a lot of kids, St. Louis probably has a few every year. MICDS, Prairie, maybe Whitfield.
Probably a handful. A couple, yeah.
Local?
We had a couple kids go to. I had a couple
From
kids
Ladue?
went to Harvard or some of that ilk.
Yeah. My neighbor went to Harvard. Kid across the street went to Harvard.
All you have to say is I went to Harvard. People are like, wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool flex. We had Riggs,
Pretty cool flex.
He of Barstool, who's been on this program before. He's the head guy of foreplay at Barstool, who's doing a lot of work right now at the Ryder Cup. He's from St. Louis, St. Charles area, and he played hockey at Harvard, which is I always thought was kind of cool.
That's about as preppy as it gets, too.
Yeah, right, playing hockey there.
Or crew.
Yeah, rowing crew.
A little bit of
Vi.
extra and Goodwill Hunting.
Yeah.
We'll take your Yale thoughts.
I can't imagine what the workload would be like at a school like that.
You don't think it would be like journalism school at Mizzou?
It'd been a little different than the Merrimack where I was the first 2 years.
The course load wasn't too bad there.
I had a class where I guess he was a professor, the teacher anyway. At the end of it, you went in and had a one-on-one meeting, and he said, "What grade do you think you deserve?" And whatever you said, that's what you got.
Very progressive.
I said A. He goes, "Okay, got an A in it."
Nice.
That was the whole basis for Movie Phone. Why don't you tell me what movie you want to see? What if you'd said C? Would you have argued?
That's what you've got. He said, "Did you read the material?" I said, "Yes." Okay.
And so at that
What
point,
grade do you think you deserve?
Really, he was a hippie guy.
most teachers would then test you on that claim you made that you've read the material, but he took you for your word.
Yeah, he couldn't be bothered.
My sister was furious. I was at Marquette and I was flunking physics. And she said, "You're in basketball physics." I said, "What does that mean?" She said, "That's the one they put all the basketball players in so they could pass." I got my final grade and I went in to argue with the teacher and I said, "There's no way." I did the math. It was all based on points. I said, "The only way I could have failed this class is if I got like a 52 or something on the final." And she said, "Well, I don't know. I'll pull it up." "You got a 52 in the final." I said, "Oh, crap." She said, "You're a point or two away from a D.
Oh.
If you want the D, I'll give it to you, but it affects your grade point." So the F doesn't affect your grade point.
It would. I guess you just have to
You
retake the
fail
class.
so like it never happened.
Right, you'd have
gotta
to
start
retake
over.
it.
But if you wanted the credit, she said, "Do you want the D? It'll affect your
Right,
grade point."
so
I
you
said,
get
"I'll
the-
take
it."
I felt like I was on a game show.
From fiscally, it makes more sense to take the credits and deal with the grade
Take
point.
the
Hey,
Yeah.
we're in journalism. Nobody gives a
Take the
rat's
L.
patoot
Yeah.
what we got in physics.
The GPA is unimportant. I'm not spending another $1,000 or two on another class.
I think that's what ruined me. I read an article about Bryant Gumbel that he had like a 2.2 grade point.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He became your North Star.
And he was like, it didn't matter. And he studied like Russian history. And he's hosting the Today Show. And I'm like, I'll take the D. We'll take your grade point averages. And maybe text in with your grade point averages. If you went to Yale, call in. Maybe Bob Wallace will call into the show. The dossier has Gabe DeArmond, Joey Vitale, Tim Convy. Used to be on the Courtney Show. He's got a new special out. He's going to stop by in the 10 o'clock hour. And also just fun with the fellas. That's what this Friday's all about. Cardinal weekend at Wrigley. Ryder Cup underway. We've already established that they had an early start there. Justin Thomas and Bryson DeChambeau are one up, Doug. If you want some updates, one up. Now, McElroy and Fleetwood are one up.
Yeah.
Do you like all square as a description?
I don't really like it. Just say tied.
Well, we got a couple of matches right now that are all square.
Yeah, I think it's foursomes in the morning, 4-ball in the afternoon. So I think it's alternate shot in the morning.
I was listening to a little bit on Sirius XM on the way, and it's rowdy already. It's loud.
Yeah. Here, I got a little audio
here.
here for you.
What do you got?
This is from... It's hard to intro and pull it up.
You need a headset, young man.
I know, badly. This is from Bryson's opening tee shot on the first hole.
All right.
nailed it. That is perfect.
320 carries, no problem for Bryson. Look at that. That's how you get the crowd going.
That is unbelievable. That just shows you that the tone for foursomes. That is an incredible shot. Got to give him that credit.
Sounds like a football game.
Yeah. Fire it up, man.
Doesn't it seem like more people are into this now than they have been in the past? I don't remember the Ryder Cup getting this kind of play all over the place.
I think the Whistling Straits one did a lot where people, because fans were back, it was right after the pandemic, USA won, it was really like a lot of fun, a lot of energy, and I think people, because you never get this in golf, it's always so individual, which is great, the Masters are great, but team golf, you never see it from these guys, the best in the world. They so rarely play team golf. It's so
Liv
awesome.
plays team golf, don't they?
Yeah, but it's not your country. It's representing, like, what's the goofy ass names they use, like the yard goats or the range goats.
I don't know.
Crushers, like that doesn't have the same weight. This is, you're representing America, baby. The stars and the stripes.
Did you have a problem with what the USA team wore to the pre?
I didn't see
it.
I didn't see it.
They went tieless, and I saw Twitter was a buzz over the look.
Like they had dress shirts on with no ties?
I don't think they were out there in T-shirts, but they went a little more casual than the Europeans did.
Okay. All right. I guess that's important to some.
Eric in Central West End says Jackson would have aced Yale or Harvard. Says the professor spew with anti-American rhetoric. Commie Jack would love it.
All right.
Manute Bowl eligible said he was a Berkeley Bulldog. He said that's a feeder school for the Yale Bulldogs.
Nice.
I never knew that before.
Like their sister school.
Morning, guys. Have a great weekend. And the Ryder Cup is so fun. From Lisa. That's her first text that doesn't say hire Skip Schumacher, fire Ollie. I think at this point it's implied.
Yeah, I mean, this Ryder Cup's fun. Then you got a full day of college football tomorrow, starting off with Illinois, USC. I think big opportunity for Illinois here.
Gosh.
I would say.
All right, let's get what you have Brett Bielema talking about the 11 a.m. start. We complain about it. I don't know what I know Drake is always saying it's nice when they get an SEC night game, but I haven't heard too many coaches. If anything, USC might be like, geez, it's a little rough for us.
Well, USC, it's tough because they played last week so late. Like, they played so late.
Did they play at home or at Michigan State?
They played at home.
Well, for home, but normal for normal time
it's
for them.
still like 9 p.m. or 9 p.m. for them. 8 or 9, yeah. It's later. And then you're playing the earliest possible way. Lincoln Riley complained about it. I don't care.
All right, here's
Brett Beal.
Yeah, okay.
11 o'clock kickoff. I know everybody might have set their alarm a couple hours earlier than you would for the 6 p.m. kickoffs, including our student section. So super excited. I know there'll be a good buzz in the air. I think with the big noon kick and obviously Barstool, kind of crazy in my life, right? I first met Big Cat when I was head coach of Wisconsin. Now to see what they've done for college football. This is a great time to be in college football for a lot of reasons, but all these type of shows, the things that have been around college football to never be here on Illinois' campus, I think it's a really big deal, right? And it was created by what these guys have done and put themselves in position. So,
he talks very fast.
He has an interesting pattern or dialect or something. I can't quite figure it out.
Do you know where he's from? I don't know
Illinois.
where is he?
From like a small town in Illinois.
All right.
But he has an interesting...
Yeah, he's got a little dialect to him.
I don't know what that is.
He's from Silvis. Did I
Where?
pronounce that right? Silvis?
Where is that? I've never heard of that.
Rock Island County.
Yeah, I think over that way.
It's that away. I'm trying to find the near. I guess it's kind of by the Quad Cities. No, it's by the Iowa border. It looks like
Quad Cities-ish.
Yeah, Quad
But he's
Cities
fired up
adjacent.
about it. Fired up about it.
I mean, isn't this a perfect opportunity for Illinois after getting honestly embarrassed on a pretty big stage last week to get another top 25 team? I don't know if blue blood's the right term for USC, but I mean a historic franchise.
That's a blue blood.
Yeah, it's maybe not a modern blue blood, but a blue blood in their prestige is high. Yeah, they have a high pedigree. And,
High pedigree. I like that.
yeah, and you have this opportunity at home. Like, if you get this win, it really helps out your case, your resume, or at least the national feeling on you.
It still feels weird having Oregon, USC in the Big Ten, but when you look up and see a matchup, and it's Michigan, Oregon, it's Penn State, Oregon.
Yeah.
USC, Illinois, it feels bigger.
It's pretty cool. You know, that it's obviously weird and probably feel bad for some other sports, but it is pretty cool that USC is going to be heading to Champaign.
Don't you think the entire West Coast college football fandom is saying, what the hell happened to our conference?
Yes.
Yeah. That's,
And the Pac-12 does still exist?
they're restarting.
It's Washington State and Oregon State.
They played each other 10 times last
And
year?
then I think they're going to take a lot of the Mountain West teams and kind of make a new Pac-12.
Right now they have a home and home times 5 series.
Well, it's not going well in Corvallis either for Oregon State. So
Now people are helping with our math. Game is at 9 a.m. local time for USC. I think we knew that. It's
know that for sure.
11 a.m.
Yeah.
in Champaign is 9 a.m. for USC.
right.
Silva's is where they play the John Deere Classic, Quad
Right.
Cities
yeah,
area.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right. That's
okay.
TPC Deer.
Can you name the Quad Cities?
Oh, easily.
I'll let Martin cook.
Moline,
Yeah.
Rock Island,
Right.
Bettendorf, Davenport.
Nailed it.
Thanks.
Okay.
That's it. Shut her down.
Nice.
Doug, people are texting their grade point average.
Oh.
Oh, like to hear that.
2.2 GPA, Merrimack Community College. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man.
That wouldn't cut it at Yale. I'm not sure there's a single class at Yale I could get through. Because I just don't think I'd have the ability to focus and concentrate on subject matter that advanced.
And would you want to
We were
do?
smart, which we weren't.
Would you want to do 5 hours of homework every night?
No. Here's 3 books you need to read for tomorrow.
Doug, I got the course that's widely considered the easiest at Yale, and that's Psychology and the Good Life, Psych 157.
Oh, I don't know. How many credit hours is that? 3, I hope. 3 or 4?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
We like to read books and talk smart things too.
That drop sounds a little like How Are the Sports?
Intellectual things are just my jam.
I know the guys that like get through med school, they have to learn like an entirely different language.
Yeah, for sure.
To speak about all these drugs and body part words you've never heard before
lot of Latin.
and may never hear again.
Yeah. Yeah. It's education. We took the easy route.
You think?
And this is
Made a terrible mistake.
And this is the cost. You're looking at the cost right here.
We sit and talk about smart people.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Yeah, and complain. We sit here-
Criticize them.
Yeah, and complain about
Sue them.
our little problems, our shrub issues.
Oh, yeah, boy, that shrub, it's dead.
But if you talk to a doctor, the doctor will know a lot about Russian history, a little bit of engineering. Like, it's unbelievable.
Well, they're so good at retaining information.
Yes.
I mean, they have a whole encyclopedia in their mind.
My dad was a doctor, but he could like get under the car and
Yeah.
change the radiator. I'm like, hey, Dad,
What kind of
brought a
doctor
pizza.
was he? what sort of doctor?
He's a radiologist.
That was your response was, hey, Dad, we're on a pizza?
I'm saying I didn't really contribute a lot when he would rewire like a radio in the basement. I'm like, holy smokes.
It's impressive.
I just want the toaster to go down. That it's just stuck.
Just that generation in general knew how to do things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't always a repairman or a website to go to or a YouTube. or
YouTube
thing to tell you how
University
to
right
do it.
here, big dog.
Yeah.
Fix about anything if I wanted to, which I don't.
Nate in Tallahassee got a 3.4 at the University of South Florida.
Oh, go Bulls.
Game day is coming to Tallahassee for the Miami game. I'm going with a bunch of friends. Y'all want something on a sign? I'm taking a request. Now, is free dotem too obvious for the TNA?
Yeah, it's almost
crowd?
low-hanging fruit.
Low-hanging fruit.
Although, but it is the calling card, so you can't go wrong there. Run the Wildcat. That'd be a fun one. We got to ask Gabe about the Wildcat. Don't forget.
Note to self. 2.76 GPA. Very specific. At UT Martin, class of 2006. That's Tad from Tennessee.
Tennessee Martin, yeah. Missouri that's where Missouri basketball player Jacob Cruz was at before joining the Tigers.
Is he still there? He's a sharpshooter?
Yes, deep ball threat.
What is missing today? Seems like the best show ever from the 314. Wow. Is that a reverse gong, Doug, if they take a shot at
Oh, they did
Tim?
it from the other side.
Take a shot at Tim.
Okay.
Lot to clip on.
3.8 from the Cuse. We got a Syracuse
Cuse?
grad. Yeah.
Nice.
Jim
Journalism?
White. It's Jim White's ghost.
Nice.
And the big bumper, Doug, before we had the big
dumper.
big dumper, we had the big bumper, which was Jim White, a radio host, and he would take a boat down the Mississippi. That was his big thing.
Yeah, I remember that.
I could pick up Camel X at midnight in Rhinelander, Wisconsin. That was my
yeah.
connection back home.
Yeah, you hear stories about people doing that like in Florida.
And he would just yell at people. They would call in and he would get mad. He was always mad.
KMX had that clear channel. It was not another 1120 anywhere in the country, I don't think.
And I would hear a lot of Bob Hamilton, probably on tape at that time.
Bob Hamilton. MOX Radio News.
Did you ever see him?
Hamilton.
That neck when he says news.
Did you ever see him do it in person? He was very animated.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
And I learned that if you're going to do that type of speaking, you have to like use your arms, your hands.
Is that like the minor league baseball guy, Doug? What do they say? What do you call it? Yarbling or
Yaggling.
when they talk like no one talks
speak in a
ever.
perfect voice.
4.0 at Rankin Tech, bitch. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ball Sack. Who does Rankin Tech have this weekend? Were they on the road?
Probably Georgia Tech.
Dual major, 3.91 GPA at UMSL, summa cum laude. And then again, they say bitches. I don't have to swear on this.
They're speaking college talk at us.
The unknown DJ with that humble brag there. Quad Cities is a bi-state, 6-county metropolitan region along the Mississippi River. Who's texting it? AI? Primarily in Iowa and Illinois, consisting of 5 core cities: Davenport, Bettendorf, Moline, Rock Island, and East Moline. A couple of people pointed out that I didn't mention East Moline, but Doug, would it be the Quad
That's
Cities?
what I thought. Yeah, I think it's East Moline. And not Davenport, but it is East Moline.
Oh, I said Moline? No, there's Davenport. This says Davenport and Bettendorf, Iowa.
Hello, bitch.
Moline and Rock Island. I think I'm at 4.
But
What's
is it Moline
Quad?
or East Moline?
It lists all 5.
Oh,
and people were
gosh.
texting in, you didn't say East Moline.
Give me your fucking feet.
I was tantrically asking you for that.
Yeah, I felt it.
All right. What makes the education at Yale and Harvard so challenging? Pace or depth of material? I don't even know what that means.
Probably
That's
both.
how dumb we are. I don't even know what that
Overall
means.
course load. Not to mention if you're taking 5 classes and all 5 of them are really hard, it's a lot.
And they probably expect you to walk in there up to speed already. Yeah. They probably don't do a lot of babying of students.
Right. People are going there to actually learn, you know. I'm not saying any of us were not, but I'm not saying we were either.
Where did Andy Bernard go?
Cornell.
Cornell.
Yeah. Big Red.
Back in my day, you had to have a 3.5 grade average to get into journalism at Mizzou.
For your first 2 years of college, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's still the case.
God. A 1.5 would have been sufficient.
Guess Doug won't be coming back to speak to the class.
No.
Does Jackson
Just be a warning.
Does Jackson remember Wyatt from playing basketball at Parkway West?
Wyatt,
played,
yes,
He
yeah.
played ball at Yale.
Yes, you're good call. Wyatt, yes.
That's
Great ball player.
Will Be Hung wanted you to know that.
Probably 2 years younger than me. Great ball player. I knew him before high school. Great ball player. And yeah, he played at Yale. There was a kid who played at LSU, Will Childs Klein, who also played at Yale. Shout out to him.
Show's already terrible without Tim. That came in at 7:05, Doug. That was from John Gruden's burner. Where's Tim? I'm out from Fish the People. That was at 7:05 as well. I do enjoy a text. If you do a text audit, you can go back and see the history and what somebody's pattern is. And occasionally during the show, Doug, it'll say, "That's it, I'm changing the channel." And then you scroll back 3 weeks ago. "That's it, I'm out of here." Then you scroll back a little more. "Oh, that's it. You guys are the worst. I'll never listen again." And you scroll back a little bit. "When are you Targe getting fired?" Never listening again.
They always come back.
Martin Sweater Vest is on board. Have a great show, A-Team. And I never wore a
I
sweater
was just going to
vest.
say, I don't think I've ever seen you in a sweater. Although I think it would look good. Like Jim Tressel. I think you'd look good.
Here's a guy who says he got a 1.7 at Jefferson County College of Pharmacy.
Nice.
I've always wondered the allure of being a pharmacist, because it takes a smart person, a lot of schooling. I'm sure it's expensive. And it seems like most of them spend their entire career behind the counter at Walgreens.
Yeah, that's
probably like it that way.
That's your
Lead
whole day,
pharmacist.
counting pills and checking people out.
My cousin was a tech at a pharmacist where she wasn't obviously a pharmacist, but like she was working in a pharmacy, and she would like count pills all day, and she had it with her pinky finger, and she would just count pills just left and right.
I think it pays pretty well.
Oh, sure.
It just seems like the most boring working conditions of your life. You could imagine, doesn't it, to never get outside of that little area behind the counter and counting pills?
I like that phone they have that you can rest on your shoulder, with
that's
the little
nice.
back thing that has. I kind of like that. And they set up all high. And they have very rigid lunch hours where it's like, when we're at lunch,
I'm sure.
we're not coming back.
But I need the cancer medication.
No.
But I'm at lunch.
2:30.
And you can see them eating their lunch. They're right there. My mother's dying.
Yeah.
I'm on lunch break.
It seems like they have it all figured out.
They've got it all figured out.
I guess it just seems like it would kind of be rather monotonous.
I don't know.
And they're really bright people, and
for
it
sure.
does pay well.
I know. So I have a friend who's a pharmacist.
We have
really smart.
the school of...
Yeah, STL Cop.
I mean, wouldn't you get claustrophobic never leaving that little area?
Yeah. But I mean,
windows.
but there's a lot of jobs that are high paying and take a lot of education where you probably are working in a very small, secluded area.
Name one.
A lot of science jobs, like a lot of laboratory jobs. You're going to be in a
But at
very
least you could come and go.
Well,
you could leave the classroom.
The door isn't locked. Like they're not bound. Like they can leave.
Pretty much, because people coming all the time.
They're not on a leash.
People are coming in all the time.
Yeah, but that's why they have the rigid lunch hours. I don't know if you have to have like a certified pharmacist. I don't know. Bring it up with Big Pharma.
Big Pharma. Well,
I'm just
coming after them.
concerned. Because I know these are very bright people who went through a lot of school to get there.
Seems like you're jealous.
Every time I'm there, I think, no, it's the opposite of jealous. Every time I'm there, I think, I got to move around a little bit during the day. I want to see some other people.
So
maybe
you want
get
them
in
to
a
have like
car at some point in my
You want
day.
them to have like a produce stand where they can give you your medicine?
I don't know.
Have the sunshine?
I don't have an answer for how to make it better. I'm just thinking that for a job that it takes an awful lot of effort and brain power to get it, I'm just surprised they're not bored in their working conditions.
Well, I'm sure but I think a lot of people are bored in their working conditions. I get what you're saying.
Well, the person who said 1.7 at Jefferson County College of Pharmacy said, Doug, I'm a girl. Maybe we assumed it was a male. Call in.
No, it's a male. They're all
Call
male.
in. Our Kurt, the card dealer extravaganza the other day, he actually texted us and said, call me.
He did.
And we said during a break, have we ever actually called the listener and said, hey, what's up? What do you got?
That would be a hilarious bit, is just calling random people like, hey, you got to take on the Cardinals. You think Arenado should stick around?
Well, the texters are active today, and we love that. You're part of the
chat
show.
active, too.
YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra. Now, here we go. The old Ed Herman head tilt.
Someone, the player to be named later says slow sports day. Jake and St. Genevieve says, hey, Action Jackson, I watched There Will Be Blood last night. Such a good film. Agreed. Yeah.
This is a slow sports day. The Ryder Cup is going on right now. Golf fans, to your golf buddies, shut it down. I've got my Masters friends where they take like the week off, get the vasectomy. People just kind of like don't miss a second of the golf.
I think it's tough because for most of the country, St. Louis certainly included, we're running up against like the last few weekends of really quality golf weather. And so if you're a big golf fan, you're probably playing either today, tomorrow, or Sunday. So that would take precedent just because of the time of year. Whereas the Masters, in comparison, is the beginning of the golf season.
Cold out,
you have so
crappy.
much golf to look forward to ahead of you.
So if you're a diehard golfer, it's a tough call to do. You probably play, and then you sit in the clubhouse and watch.
Yes. Yep. Good call.
Wow. Good call. Thanks. Joy Vitale is going to join us at
8. That's locked in.
It didn't move.
That's locked in. I'm not. He said I'm not. He said he's not changing. 8 a.m. Which is what I kind of originally asked him to come on at. So works out.
It is a Cards Cubs weekend at Wrigley. I'm sure some folks are headed up there.
Yeah, they probably had tickets for a while.
Well, but you didn't buy them in March or February thinking, oh, it's coming down to the... You probably knew in February or March these games won't matter, but it's still fun.
Beautiful.
I think all Cardinal fans should... Have you guys all been to Wrigley for a Cards Cubs weekend?
I haven't. I haven't.
You have not?
Nope.
Oh, next summer, buddy.
I know. I need to.
The Alliance will roll on up.
We'll take it by storm.
It's a great weekend. Call in if you're headed up to Chicago for the weekend. MLB going down to the wire. We got some great races, Doug. How about Manfred has done it again, Doug?
He sure has.
Blue Jays and Yankees, American League East, dead heat.
Robbie Magic.
91 and 68. Got a dead heat going into the final weekend. Same with Cleveland and Detroit. Both tied for the Central.
Yeah, Detroit bounced back. When it looks, they still have a chance for one of the most historic collapses of all time.
Yeah, I saw that. It was crazy.
But they got a win last night. Now they're back tied with Cleveland.
In the National League, not so much drama. You got the Mets, who are 12 games behind the Phillies in the division race. Brewers 7 up on the Cubs. Dodgers 3 up. And that's why the Dodgers have won again. I think it's 13 out of 14, 12 out of 13. Nonetheless, the Mets did get a win, meaning they have the lead in the wild card. Their historic collapse, too. Still could happen. They've got the lead going into the weekend. So a lot of baseball on deck. We've got golf. We'll keep an eye on that for you if you're driving around. We'll give you. Doug, you want to see who's all square at this point?
Well, I don't know.
Nobody is all square. They're all Justin Thomas, Bryson DeChambeau are 1 up through 6. Rory McIlroy, Tommy Fleetwood are 1 up through 3.
I'm seeing we're getting a lot of texts from pharmacists. Apparently, about 50% of our listeners are pharmacists.
Gosh. I
They've
think
all
we're going
got
to
their
need some
own
vetting.
stores.
Send in a picture of your badge. I need to see your badge. You're all like a train wreck. No matter how hard you try, you just can't look away. I guess that's the show itself. That kind of describes the show over the years.
We're just having some fun, man. Don't get too worked up.
Friday fun with the fellas.
Yeah, that's right. It's good vibes out there. Who could be mad on the weekend like what we have in front of us? Beautiful weather in St. Louis. College football up and down the slate. Illinois is taking on a top 25 team. Missouri should take care of business to get ready for Alabama in 2 weeks. You got Ryder Cup on. Again, the weather's great. Doug looks amazing. What does everyone have to complain about?
Nothing.
Bad take, Jackson. If you're a diehard golfer, you're going to play golf into November. So they're mad about your golf take.
I don't like playing cold golf.
I don't either. When the weather's bad, golf just isn't fun.
No, I
just
agree.
isn't.
Yeah, wet or cold. It's just kind of not it.
Tell Doug I'm a pharmacist. Yes, it gets boring behind the counter at Walgreens. I had a 2.1 GPA.
No, I bet you didn't. Not if you made it in pharmacy. You wouldn't make it, I don't think.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Wrigley sucks. Fans are even worse. The experience, being up there, running a Cardinal fan.
Yeah, you don't get the amenities that you get in the newer stadiums, but you don't really expect that, do you? Especially when you go in the restroom. And
It's like Fenway. It is largely inconvenient.
Yeah,
It's,
the seats are built for people in the 1920s and not the 2020s.
I don't like what they did to Wrigley with the big scoreboard. It looks too modern.
They renovated it a couple years ago.
I think they still got the troughs where you're just taking a whiz.
I think they
with,
definitely have the trough still.
God, it's just so gross.
Faroe Field has it. I was boots on the ground Saturday.
I bet it's a lot easier for the plumbers to deal with one big trough rather than 100 separate urinals.
Well, it moves traffic quicker, you know,
and you get splashed on from time to time.
Yeah, which is great. Eyes up, eyes up.
Pharmacist.
I think
pharmacist.
I think plumber
over pharmacist.
Embrace debate.
I think so. Just because you get out and about and see the world.
Yeah, I guess that's.
I didn't see this take coming. Get the mitts on, Doug. It's a hot take.
Okay,
because you kind of have a pharmacist look.
You think?
I could see you as a pharmacist.
It just seems like as a pharmacist, you're going to say, "What are you going to do today? Anything fun? You got any business trips coming up?" No, going to the store,
probably
20
counting pills, seeing if your insurance covers this, and checking out the next
If
person.
you're just counting pills, why do you need such a intensive education?
I guess you got to give advice and.
Martin would be no pharmacist when he was rooting around for my for some Advil and took my hair loss medicine and maybe a little Adderall.
All I wanted was an Advil, so I grabbed what appeared. It said Advil.
It did.
It was a container of Advil, and I grabbed a pill out of there.
Yeah.
Lo and behold, there was ADD medicine and hair loss medicine.
Science stew.
But your hairline looks great.
That's all it took.
Take a big charge.
I had a searing headache for days because I didn't get my Advil, but man, it really replenished my follicles. Thanks, Jackie. Guys, when's the first preseason game for the St. Louis Slam? We'll find out.
Yeah,
we'll get answers for you. All right, so text in. That's the Air Comfort Service text line, 399-9646. Call in at 974-0101. At this point, I think we need to hear from either a Yale alum that lives in town or a pharmacist.
Yeah, either
if
one.
you're a pharmacist that went to Yale, top of the line. 974-0101. That's the Calgary Thompson phone lines. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat shows, of course, presented by Brown and Crouppen. It's TMA on a Friday. We'll keep you up to speed, Doug, on that Ryder Cup. We don't want anybody missing out.
No, of course
Boy, Fitzpatrick and Aberg are up 2-up on Scotty Scheffler.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
Alternate shot. Alternate shot can mess with you.
Yeah. Doug, the alternate shot can mess with you. All right, a lot to get to, believe it or not, including Joe Vitale, Gabe DeArmond, Tim Convy, all next, all ahead on TMA. Baseball's final weekend, Ryder Cup, college football, huge weekend, and we are knee-deep in texts about pharmacists versus plumbing. In high school, I worked for a plumber and went on all the Saturday morning sewer calls. Doug, believe me, I'd rather be a pharmacist.
Oh, yeah. I suspect in cases like that, you would, yeah.
Doug criticizing pharmacists for being stuck in one place as he sits in the studio in the same place for hours.
I'm not criticizing. I'm just worried.
You're curious. You're worried.
We all need them desperately. They serve an extremely important function. I just think that I would get bored in that work environment.
If the downfall of society was upon us, who would we rely on more? Who would be more important to us, the plumbers or the pharmacists?
Oh, well, if the downfall was some disease, the pharmacist would be more important. If it was sludge up to our eyeballs, then the plumbers.
Guys, that was
Does
it.
that satisfy you?
No. He didn't look satisfied.
No.
Are you going to the Mizzou game again?
No, I'm punting on this
You're
one.
punting on this.
Yeah, this is like one. This is the homecoming game is for the people. It's for everybody, but it's not necessarily for the hardcore ball fans, given the circumstances. Mizzou's playing UMass at the same time. You have Oregon and Penn State and Alabama, Georgia. Like, the place I would want to be actually like least is Faurot Field because I can't access all the other games.
When they played Louisiana, I drove up there, and I only stayed for a half, and I did the math that I was in my car more than I was in Columbia that day.
Right.
And I'm hoping for a similar result this weekend, so the juice did not seem worth the squeeze on this weekend.
This is when the guy in the office says, hey, anybody want my Mizzou tickets? And most weeks, he's just talking all week about the big game. And
I still think it's still going to be packed out because it's homecoming, you know?
Well, and you want to see your boys fly up and down the field.
If you're not living in and around the St. Louis / Columbia / Kansas City area, and you're not like 2 or 3 hours away, and you get one chance to go to Columbia a year, you're going to go for homecoming, and it makes total sense.
So you think it'll be packed? You don't think there'll be empty splotches?
I don't think so. Night game also will help with that a little bit, but I do think there's probably a lot of people in similar camps, like a lot of good sports on, and they're playing UMass, and maybe I'll wait 2 weeks for when they play Bama. I don't know, though. We'll see.
Guys, I was at the Winter Classic, Wrigley Field. They have brand new chrome troughs.
Nice.
They dump buckets of ice in there to cut the smell. Oof.
That makes for a fun little game at the trough, too, when you're trying to melt the ice.
Melt the ice cubes, yeah.
Doug, if you come to work with me, I'll keep you busy.
Is that a pharmacist?
Somebody else said they're not a pharmacist. Doug's not, but he fixed his ED problem. This is where this goes. This is just where it always goes. It's not Tim's fault. It's just the vibe that's here. Gabe's experienced it. That was from the Rogue Onion.
Oh, yeah, he's been around a while.
Okay. Yeah, the Rogue Onion has struck. I was asking Jackson during the break if he could spit out the format for the Ryder Cup, because I think I get confused. I think the average sports fan knows that it's kind of team golf, but what is the format for the weekend? Because it's all singles on Sunday, right?
Right.
That's how they always,
Sunday is the singles match. That's where it gets. Yeah, that's where it gets. So there's really only 3 different formats. They just schedule it differently. So today in the morning session, they're playing foursomes, which is just alternate shot, and then in the afternoon they'll play 4-ball, which is, maybe I'll use an example. If me and Doug were on a team together, we both play our own ball, and whoever gets the lowest score on the hole, that's our team score. And then it switches on Saturday, so you're playing 4-ball in the morning, and then foursomes in the afternoon, and then singles matches on Sunday.
Okay.
And you get a point for winning a match. You get a half point for tying a match. Most points at the end of the weekend.
A lot of rules.
It's the Ryder Cup.
A lot of rules.
Yes, but it's also fairly simple. The terminology, it messes with me because you remember it, and then 2 years pass, and you have to re-remember it. So
you have to re-remember it, Doug.
It sometimes messes.
Years
with
later.
Yeah. Well, that's my downfall, is re-remembering things.
And the pairings, so like Justin Thomas, Bryson DeChambeau, together today.
Right.
Together this afternoon?
That I
Not
don't
necessarily.
know. I think they change it
any
every
time.
session. I think they
And into
they
tomorrow, you can
switch.
split them up in any way you want.
Right, and that's where the captain, that's one of their main things is picking partners. If I'm incorrect about any of this, feel free to text in. Just do it with an open heart, Do it with.
Has anyone here ever texted with an open heart?
Do it with some love in you, You don't. If I was wrong about anything, maybe not terms like dumbass or moron.
Oh, you want people to feel good this Friday?
Yeah, if anything I said was incorrect, feel free. Or if you have anything to add, Air Comfort Service text line or the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Hey, you're not being ignored, JCPenney chat support. We see you. Doug sees you.
Uh-huh.
I see you.
I want more Bing Crosby out of Doug. That's from the JCPenney chat support.
Bing Crosby.
Hey, Dad, aren't all orange juice the same? No, Nathaniel. Much difference in orange juice there is in open Crosby. That was a Minute Maid commercial right there. There.
Henley is killing Scheffler right now. See, there's your update because Henley and Scheffler paired together, and they're now trailing. That's a development, Doug. And then there's people who just hate golf. Joey Vitale hates golf.
Yeah.
Gosh, we got to get this all out of the way before his call-in, which is at
It's a moving
8-ish.
target. Yeah.
8-ish.
8, yeah.
That all sounds right, and I have nothing to add, dumbass.
all right, I'll take that. I'll take that. That I'll take. You are correct, dumbass is totally cool.
Apropos of nothing, Marlins have been a team for 34 seasons. They've missed the playoffs 30 of the 34.
And it's still won twice.
Twice. That's the thing. It's like when they go, they win it all, which I don't think I would want. I wouldn't want 10 years of drought just for one run. Like, I'd rather be in there with a chance.
Because you at least think you're going to win when you're in it.
Well, yeah. I mean,
get to the playoffs.
You see what kind of fan support. The fans don't like it.
Right. And if you're not in it for like 12 straight years, like and you're way out of it, not fun.
It can destroy almost a whole generation of baseball fans.
Yeah. And is baseball the sport where if your team is just no good and clearly not going to make a run, like the hardest to get up for and watch with real passion? I feel like
probably so.
Because even like when the Rams were terrible and 7-9 was the likely outcome, you'd still watch every Sunday without a question.
Yeah.
Papers, you're never wrong. Now that Tim's gone, it's your time to shine.
Thank you.
How about that from the 3 and 4?
I feel like I'm shining.
Somebody wants to know Doug's favorite pharmacist. It's from the Table Rock
I don't
Lake
really have
Monstie.
I don't think I've ever known a pharmacist by name.
The pharmacist in It's a Wonderful Life who was maybe a little bit too much on the sauce and accidentally might have filled up some with poison. He slapped who would later become Jimmy Stewart right in the ear. He slapped
really?
He slapped him his ear. He was in the frozen pond and his ear didn't work, and he slapped him, and the blood started coming from the ear.
Oh,
It's a Wonderful Life, Doug.
yeah,
Frank
I remember
Capra.
the movie. I don't remember the slap.
Hot Dog. It's always at the beginning. You watch it every year? I do.
I don't watch it every year.
Mr. Jackson. Are you now Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
Can you please play the Chicken Wings on the Potty Drop, Love You, from Phil the Peacock? Is P-H-Y-L Phil the Peacock?
Yeah, I
believe
Would that
it
be
is, yeah.
Phil, P-H-Y-L?
I'm eating chicken wings on the potty.
And that was for Gabe
That was
DeArmond's
Gabe's postgame. He'll be on with us at 9 o'clock, presented by James Carlton.
We love Jackson, especially when he talks about the NBA. It makes the place where the few places in the world where you can enjoy yourself without having a good time. Beach ball. I don't know what any of that means.
The Beach Boys?
No, they signed it 1 Beach Ball 29. It feels like they sent in their password.
Or like their
Password for their-
Airbnb address?
Jackson, is there something wrong with my name? That's the SoCo Ho, who was the one earlier that told Doug it's a girl talking about the low grade point at the pharmacy,
I don't think so.
Okay.
But October 1st, you can start texting in
which is next Wednesday.
new names, and I'll do that for Wednesday through Wednesday. Tim, from Tim's return to the next Wednesday.
Thoughts and prayers to Tim. He's okay.
I think he's doing great.
He's in Vegas.
He's in
It's
Vegas,
his birthday.
hanging out.
Weekend.
Birthday tomorrow.
I felt sorry for his wife. Everything he described was him alone in his room, watching TV, watching golf with a laptop.
God forbid men have hobbies.
Well,
What?
part his wife. I know. I told him to go to the Pear Tree Inn in Arnold. You know,
Yeah,
That'll do.
It seems like an expensive trip to go playing around TV.
To sit in your room. Thoughts and prayers come back soon. We'll pass those along.
It's almost like a vacation for a pharmacist who's just going to be in one small room all day.
Tim is living the life of a pharmacist.
Pharmacist hours instead of banker's hours.
Not now. I'm eating lunch. Somebody thanked us for giving the Ryder Cup breakdown. Said I've never quite known what the breakdown is. There you go, Professor Papers.
It's just the names of the format that confuse people. Foursomes and four ball. It's alternate shot and then pretty much just regular golf.
Maybe that'll be a
and
new
singles is easy.
New dossier segment. Professor Papers. You just kind of impart some knowledge.
I don't have many topics, and this is just like it's like reading the back of a baseball card. There's no real specialty to it. I'm not really interpreting anything.
Tiger Warson Woods must be a college student sending in a screenshot of their GPA.
Their active GPA?
How we doing?
TWW.
376.
Oh, that's nice.
Mazel.
And wants to know, Martin, do you need an intern for the spring semester? That's from Tiger Warson Woods.
Do they still do internships at TV stations?
It's kind of a corporate thing. You got to fill out a lot of paperwork.
Yeah.
And in the sports world, I just remember we're always watching games.
Right.
And now it's harder to credential. You can't just say, hey, tag along down to the ballpark.
Yeah, credentials are harder to get.
Yeah, you can't just say, oh, you want to go with Doug? He's in for Frank today. You want to go down the ballpark? You can't get in.
After 9/11, a lot of that stopped. A lot of the TV stations got really tight about
security
who was in the stations.
Makes sense.
And the unions didn't really like it because some of the interns would be doing work that union members were supposed to be doing.
Right. You had some sick interns when you were at
had some great ones.
Yeah.
Joe Buck.
Greg Amsinger. Yeah. Pretty good.
That's a pretty good list.
Pretty good.
Mount Rushmore of interns.
I still like Rich Gould and Tim. I think that might be my
Junior, you're going to need to run out and grab me some lunch. Gee, Mr. Gould, I wanted to learn about the business. Yeah, I'll tell you about the business after you go get my lunch.
He said to turn on the 2, 4, and 5 so they could figure out what they were going to talk about that night.
that is journalism.
Guys, I want to be friends with Jackson. Sounds more like an intellectual than a hot-bodied 20-something. I want to stay up and talk math with you.
Both.
I'm one of the worst math students to ever grace this beautiful earth. Truly.
What would you talk about if you stayed up all night to talk about math?
I guess favorite equations, or you bust out the whiteboard and try to reinvent the wheel. Literally. I don't know.
Try to figure out X?
I was so bad at math.
Yeah, me too.
It was not my subject. History and English, that's what I was
Math was one of those subjects where you had to pay attention.
Had to.
And if you didn't, you're going to miss a step.
Snowball.
And now you're gone.
That and Spanish. If you don't pay attention, you are cooked. There's no way to BS your way through a Spanish test. If you don't know it, you don't know it.
I set the Merrimack Heights Elementary school record for the times tables.
Oh.
It might still stand. It was quick.
Is this part of your resume as being the most famous Seckman alum?
Well, this didn't take place it led to me to Seckman.
Right, well, it's all part of the story.
Yeah. I was a spelling bee winner.
Really?
Geography bee winner. Science fair two-time winner. And set the record with the multiplication table. No girlfriends, though.
Right. Let's get an E60 documentary going.
Did you see the Lane Kiffin one?
Multiplication tables, is that 1 through 10?
They just kind of randomize the numbers going across the X and the Y axis, and then you got to fill in what those two numbers would equal. And
how quickly you do it?
I don't remember the time, but I was very efficient and accurate.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Why would you prepare for a show?
Okay.
Bundesliga, second Bundesliga.
Well, it sounds like you were well on your way to a highly esteemed academic career.
Yeah, led me to education.
Which led you to TV.
Led me out of education.
All the lowest paying careers you could find.
Yeah. Bottom 5 for sure.
When you put it that way.
But summers off, though.
Well, sure, that's a big perk.
Weekends? I don't miss summers off in the least.
You don't?
I got a little bored. I didn't have a lot of buddies that were teachers, so I didn't have anybody that I could text on a Tuesday and say, hey, you want to get drunk and play golf? They were all working.
Sure.
Doesn't feel like anybody's working today. Traffic flows a little light out there, Doug.
Yeah, I know. That always confuses me how business goes on if a lot of people just say, it's Friday, I'm not going in. Huh?
I think we're
just lost 20% of the work week.
Post-COVID hybrid work a lot, where people are working kind of at home. I know a lot of my friends, at least, have a situation like that. Where it's Friday afternoons I just work from home, which seems nice.
Which means they don't really work at all. Probably.
Yeah,
I've got some calls to make.
I don't think it's as robust of work as if you were sitting at your cubicle.
Well, it must work, or companies will say, we're not doing this anymore.
And I think
it's probably hard to find good employees now if you tell them you absolutely cannot work at home.
Right. Yeah, it's certainly a benefit for some people to have a kind of hybrid work schedule.
Can pharmacists work at home?
I don't think so. I think sports talk radio and pharmacy, you got to be on the scene, and weather reporting during hurricanes.
Yeah,
you just have to be right there, in the swell.
At some point with pharmacists, maybe it'll be just a big bank where you go in and put in your prescription and give them your credit card and insurance information. It'll spit out the pills.
Oh, but I want a human.
Well, I do too, but
I don't want to take jobs from these pharmacists. No, keep it up.
Yeah, I want it to stay the way it is, but I'm assuming at some point it won't be this way.
They still have the tubes, where you go at the bank. They give you your stuff through the tube at the drive-thru. Mm-hmm. That's about the coolest invention we've ever made.
Oh, yeah?
You do it at the bank. You're like, oh, I needed a pen. Then they got to send it back, and you're like,
but it's just another.
Form.
It's like going on the roller coaster again. You get to experience that again.
You really get that excited about the tube?
As a kid, I would. My mom was like, "I'm going to the bank," and I would be already in the car, strapped in, ready to go to see that because the lollipop would come out of it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the lollipop.
And now we have a bank on every corner.
And you're confused by that.
I don't get that either. Most people don't go to the bank anymore, right? Your paycheck goes in automatically, and
there's a bank about a sandwich from here.
Always, wherever, and you see new construction.
9-iron that way.
Banks everywhere.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Why do we need that many?
I don't know, but you're in a curious mood today, and I like
would
it.
say we got Andy Rooney. You've been activated.
Dime store.
You're just asking questions.
Yeah. Well, is there an answer to that one? Why do we need so many banks when people generally don't go into the bank anymore?
Not sure. We'll try to get the CEO of Bank of America on at 9:30.
I'll talk to my friends at Together
Martin,
Credit
I'm sure you
Union.
remember the days where if you didn't get to the bank Friday afternoon by 3 o'clock with your
you were out
paycheck,
of luck.
you just flat didn't have any money. There was no ATMs or anything.
That's a bad beat.
And I can understand why you'd want a bank on every corner. But now I see no reason for it.
AI's telling me it's because of the fear of centralization of the banking industry.
No, it gets back to It's a Wonderful Life. Full circle.
What, people are
your
worried
money's
that just
not
a
here,
few banks are going to take over?
Your money's at Bill and Fred's house.
So you go into the bank and you just start inspecting things, or what?
Maybe they physically have to have it. They got all the money back there.
I think there is probably something to that where you have to have a bank has to actually have the amount of money that they're. I don't know.
We're workshopping.
Should we start a bank?
They physically have to have all the money that's deposited with them?
No, I don't know about that. But like in gold bars. You ever seen Die Hard with a Vengeance?
We're
they steal all the gold bars.
Anyway.
No, we're not.
No.
This is why I wouldn't have made it as a banker.
Andy Bennis and his friends started a bank. This is like 20 years ago. Remember Champions Bank? Mm-hmm. And I said, you've made so much money, you just had to start a bank. That's what happened.
Doug, how many brick and mortar banks do you think there are in the U.S. per the latest data?
Oh, jeez.
I need like a point of reference. How many McDonald's are there?
What's that?
1 million?
No.
That sounds high.
That's high.
500,000.
That's still high. I guess this number would
200,000.
I'm seeing roughly 65 to 70,000 at the time of the latest data.
Brick and mortar banks. Boy, I would have thought a lot more than that.
How many cannabis shops?
Right.
5
we need
million?
a point of reference. You just got to get
5 million. Jackson, you're a dumbass, but my heart is open.
Okay, I'll take that.
And that's the same person who sent in Mosaic a donut the other day when he was in studio.
A donut.
And then wrote, not a typo, Marty, in all caps.
Yeah.
Meaning he was a donut. And then somebody just sent a picture of Mosaic at the airport right now.
Oh, nice.
Said they're flying to Fort Myers and Mo's on their flight.
Oh, cool.
And they sent a shot of him, and he is wearing a sport coat. He's got the white tennis shoes, Natalie clad.
Ankles out.
Ankles out.
Fort Myers, nice airport.
15,000 dispensaries in the U.S.
Really?
And growing.
Yeah, that
every corner. There's either a Walgreens, CVS on a corner or a pot shop where you kids get the pot.
Starbucks.
And that's with only a handful of, well, not a handful, but only so many states with it legal anyway.
Yeah.
Guys, has there ever been any talk about including a world team for the Ryder Cup or something like that? Well, the President's Cup
is world.
Is the non-European.
That'd be world versus U.S. So
which is coming to Belle Reve in 2030?
2030, yeah. That's so like people, a lot of obviously South African golfers, Australians, golfers from Asia. Yeah, so a lot more get included in that. But Ryder Cup has like the cachet.
Do the guys on the fast lane golf, Jackson?
Marshy plays. I've played with Marshy before.
After Rivers barged in here yesterday and started a fight, maybe we need a TMA fast lane Ryder Cup.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Jamie plays or Anthony or Kerry. I'm not sure, but I've played with Marshy before. He's got some game.
Sup, B Squad. I guess that would be the B team. And Vladimir, Jackson, Lennon, Burkett.
What up?
What's the best one? Ho Chi Papers is pretty strong.
So.
Ho Chi Papers.
Jackson Ocasio Burkett.
I'll default to you guys on that one.
That's Jackson Rodham. Let's see. I want to send my sincerest apology to Jackson. Yesterday, I made fun of him for referring to this Saturday in Como as a gold out. To my shock, the Mizzou football Twitter account tweeted the same phrase last night. Either I was wrong or Jackson has connections inside the program looking out for him. So Ricky Clemens, ATV dealer, apologizes sincerely to you.
Hey, Ricky, no apology needed, brother, but I certainly appreciate it. That's high moral fiber.
What was it?
Yeah, that's no one asked for it, but he did it on his own. You know, they say character is what you do when no one's watching, and I see you, Mr. Clemens.
Huh.
So thank you.
Libby Kimmel is the best.
That's funny. that one's legitimately clever.
Libby Kimmel. And
the other ones are just inserting my name into liberal politicians.
But the Ocasio one is kind of funny. That's from Eric in the Central West End. Would you agree that you like Libby Kimmel?
Well, I think it's more clever.
And a previous text.
I wouldn't say I love it.
Said, Martin, you're wrong. Traffic on 40 is smoked right now.
Is that right?
40 is always bad.
40 and McCall.
But they're going to redo it, Doug, and then everything will be fine.
Okay. Here's Jackson Ocasio Sanders Mondami.
There's a lot going on in that.
I get it.
We're going to break because Joey Vitale is coming up at 8 o'clock in theory.
But before we break, big ILL fan is Mark Milton, and I'd really like to hear Doug tell us about our friend Mark Milton.
Oh, well, you know what he is? He's a tax guy. Yeah. He's got an exciting career there, helping people out. You know, he can get outside of the building, unlike a pharmacist. This guy can help you with any kind of tax problems that you might have. Maybe you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. If that's the case, mister, you've got some problems with the godforsaken tax man. And if so, you contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com. Mark Milton and STLTaxLawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark earned his accounting degree from the University of Illinois, the #1 accounting program in the country, law degree from St. Louis U, and now he lives and works right here in the St. Louis area. Started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issue that's bugging you, contact Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com today. You'll be saying, nope, I am not guilty. Yep, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
We're wrapping up the 7 o'clock hour. TMA, as always, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Don't forget the email of the day that's brought to you by Design Air. Fire those off. We'll give away a prize. What's the prize today, Jackson? The excitement of knowing you won email of the day.
The love and admiration of Doug Vaughn.
And bragging rights to all your friends.
I'll Venmo him $10.
Whoa, $10.
Square deal.
Jackson Castro Burkett. Now they're adding Bernie sandpapers. It's not bad.
That's better, I guess.
Better?
I mean, not. Okay.
Okay. You can text us at 399-9646. Hockey Talk in Theory with Joey Vitale. That's next.
Hey, folks, Joe Vitale here. I'm here to talk to you about something. Well, quite frankly, you don't think you need to handle very much, and that's your doggone garage door. You think that thing's just supposed to work, and it is supposed to work. And I tell you what, 99% of the time, it does, in fact, work. You click the button, the door goes up, you're out, and you're out the door, and you're on your way. However, when that thing shuts down, when that thing does not function the way you need to, you need someone in the business that is going to give you the personal touch, the personal care you deserve. And that's why I'm here to talk to you today about my good friend Jason at Schaefer Door Company. Visit their website. They're incredible. They'll take care of your personal needs, whether it's residential, maybe you got a business, whatever. Big doors, small doors, your garage door needs will be covered by Jason and his wonderful company. Check them out at SchaeferDoorCompany.com. But better yet, shoot them a text. Give them a call. Here's their cell, 636-782-3608. They will get you, like I said, the attention you need, up and out the door, on the move like you deserve. Schaefer Door, Clopay Master, authorized dealer.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals Cubs this evening. Or no, we got a little afternoon special. 1:20 p.m. Central.
Just released.
Cardinals and Cubs. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Redbirds. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy. Together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Time for Joey V. Joe Vitale. We moved him. He was at 7:30. He was at 7:45. It's now 8:07, and Joey Vitale, one of the voices of the Blues, on the line with us. Joey, what is up, buddy?
JV squad today.
Stop it.
Timmy?
Wow.
Where's Tim?
He's in Vegas.
I told Joey that it was Tim was out today, and there was legitimate pain in his voice when he said, "Oh, really?" He sounded like a man down.
This is like the wonderful fans of St. Louis showing up to watch a varsity game of some sport, and all of a sudden they bring out the JV squad. Think of the disappointment.
Yeah, it's like going to the theater, Joey, and then the star is out, and you're getting the understudy.
It's like the time Rudy Rudiger came into the Notre Dame football game. You know, it's that equivalent. Like, who is this kid? Get him out of here.
Kind of the opposite.
Gosh.
Since the show's the same except for me in place of Tim, I kind of feel like this is directly a shot at me.
Oh, do you feel that way?
Yeah.
I think
Take that.
Penguins fans are having a flashback where there was an autograph signing tonight. Come by and meet Penguins players. And they show, oh, my God, is Sid going to be... Joey Vitale is here for you Penguins fans. If you...
I see what you did there, Marty.
But before we get...
I'm the one going to get your guys' ratings up finally all morning, so I don't know why you're mad at me.
I don't know. It appears you might be a little bit of a turncoat, is the phrase, I believe. Jackson, what happened? Because we consider Joey a friend of the show, loves TMA, and has always kind of espoused his love for the show, and then we hear him catting around like this.
And it's the day I talk to the greatest sports show in all of the country. Usually around 11. I'm a little late today, boys. How you doing?
Take that, TMA. We're his favorite show during the week. Well, I think he wanted to specify the fine print. It says in the middays in the city of St. Louis that specifically talks about sports.
I know Joey. Joey thinks this is the greatest show along with pre and post games.
That's right.
Suck it, Doug Vaughn.
Oh, there it was. That happened. That happened on this station.
I am extremely sensitive to criticism of any sort, and that was soul-crushing.
You heard it first there, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
And I meant it. I meant every word. Sorry, Doug.
I can feel the anger coming through.
Hey, Doug, it was great seeing you last week at the Enterprise Center. Thanks for showing up. Marty must have been on another assignment. Really is the only assignment for us media folk, but I guess he took the option.
I missed out. You had the Blues media luncheon.
Yes,
Doug was there representing the show.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And still you treat him like that.
Yeah. I'm just giving Doug a little trouble. Doug knows I love him.
Well, yeah, that's all good.
That's all good. All right, we are, 13 days away from opening night. It's funny because they open camp and then they start playing games almost immediately. And then I look up and realize, boy, the home opener of the season, we still got a couple of weeks to go. But we've got a preseason home opener, the Blackhawks in town on Saturday night. I know the travel squad last week, Dallas, Columbus, not the most robust lineup. It's the way you do it. What do you think tomorrow looks like? Is it a little more of a traditional Blues roster on the ice?
Yeah, I think so, Marty. I think it's going to be a mix of more veterans who haven't gotten in yet. You want the Braden Shens and the Thomases to get a touch. It's an interesting preseason, because you had two right out of the gates. I know Jim Montgomery spoke a few days ago about how the schedule's not ideal. They'd rather play a game midweek here, of course, maybe on that Wednesday. But, you have this kind of lull throughout the weekdays of no games where you're hoping to get more of these younger guys in. But it's less time, less games. I think some of these years the Blues are playing up to 8 games with some split squad games. So it's so much hockey. But now you don't have that luxury. And it's a little bit of a good segue into next year, which I believe they're only going to be having 4 preseason games because they're adding a couple games to the regular season. So it's going to get even amplified there. So my point behind all that is that we're going to start seeing more and more of a regular team as this thing progresses starting tomorrow night. It's a home game. It's against the Hawks. Look for, to me, the Braden Shens and the Robert Thomases and the Jordan Kyrous. We haven't seen Jake Neighbors yet because he was obviously missing there with some personal reasons and with the loss of a very close friend of him. So do we see a Jake Neighbors? Do you start seeing more of the Colton Paraycos? I do think we will see that. I think it's going to be much more clear of the picture of what that opening night against the Minnesota Wild is going to look like. And you sensed it in Jim talking to him the other day, too. He's getting a little antsy, right? I mean, you don't look into wins and losses in the preseason, but there's a way they want to play. There's a pace to the game. There's an energy to the game. There's a structure to the game. And they need to make sure they have all the bells and the whistles and all the screws tightened up really nicely heading into that opening night. And, guys, like I said, you only got a few more games here now, 4 more games to really kind of get dialed into that. So I think you're going to start seeing it more and more, and I'm excited to see some of the veterans on the ice.
I think we touched on this with JR the other day. Jeremy Rutherford was in studio about Suter. When he signed, I don't think people thought it was a big deal, but if he's going to be your number 2 center, then maybe we underestimated his addition.
I think that he has the potential, and this is just my take on it. I think he can play 2-3. Heck, for the Vancouver Canucks, he was playing as the number 1 center alongside the Brock Bessers and the Pedersens at times when they had some injuries. And the good thing about Pius Suter is he can play up and down. The scouting report when we signed him was that he can play top line minutes. He can drop down to your third line, and he's a bit of a Swiss Army knife, almost like an Ivan Barbashev, where he can kind of go up and down. He can go from center to wing a little bit, and he can make an impact, and he just makes the players around him better. He's really good at understanding the feel of the game. The feel of my winger to my left, the feel of my winger to the right. What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? Right? If he's on the line with the Milan Lucic, he knows I'm putting into that guy's corner on the forecheck every time because he's going to go on there and he's going to hunt. He's going to hunt. If I got Kyrou on my left, or for example, I'm just going to find him with open ice and open speed in the neutral zone, and I'm going to feed that. That's what makes those great players great, is that they want to use the strength of their teammates. And I think Pius, according to some of the sources I had who knew him really well in Vancouver, he's got that. With that being said, I think this is Braden Shen's second-line center position. It's his job to lose. I think he's earned the right to be in that second-line center position. I think you look at last year's year for Braden, not only on the leadership side of things, but also from a scoring side of things. I think that he, to me, is the second-line center when this season starts. I don't think the rope is extremely long for Braden. I think that he understands he's kind of that middle-of-the-pack guy. He understands it's either going to be the number 2 or the number 3. But I do think he's going to start there. And I actually think that Braden Shen's going to have maybe a career year, maybe if not the best year. Because you look at him, you look at the way he's situated. He's got 1 year the captaincy, underneath his belt. So he's feeling good about the leadership. He's feeling good about kind of working out some of the kinks of what this new role looks like. Even like last year during the home opener, we're in a golf cart heading down to Union Station. I know Braden pretty well. He was out of sorts. He's like, what am I doing? I got a puck drop in 3.5 hours. I'm going to Union Station. You could just tell he was a little frazzled. But, at the same time, this is what captains do. You have to get used to that. You have to get used to kind of being in the public eye. You got to get used to the PR stuff, right? So it was different for him. I think he went through a lot of, growing pains last year as far as being that kind of the C on the sweater, being the guy now everyone's turning to. So I say that because I think he's been grooming. He's been obviously well adjusted to this leadership role. And not to mention, you look at the caliber of wingers that this team has. I mean, can you imagine for a second, does he find himself on a wing? Wings with like a Jordan Kyrou and maybe a Jimmy Snuggerud or a Jordan Kyrou and a Buchnevich, or, take your pick, because Dylan Holloway, another one. I mean, he's got some exceptional wingers, even if it's Kyrou and Holloway. Let's pretend that it's Buchnevich and Jimmy Snuggerud with Robert Thomas on that top line. So you got Holloway and Kyrou. I mean, Kyrou's knocking at the door to 40 goals. I think Dylan Holloway, clearly, I think is going to get 30 goals this year if he can stay healthy. To me, Dylan Holloway is my most exciting player on this team right now that brings it to the edge of your seat because of his speed. So for Braden, if he can solidify that out of camp and he can get the season going on the right foot, now you're in the center position where you got speed and skill to the left, speed and skill to your right. You put those guys together, you're looking at maybe 60 to 70 goals. I mean, that's a boatload of assists for the guy in the middle. So that's for all those reasons. Again, I think it's his job to lose, and I think that we could be potentially looking at a career year for Braden.
Any of the young guys impress you in the early going here? Could there be somebody make the team that we didn't maybe have on the radar at the start?
Yeah, I think Doug Carbonneau certainly has stood out, and as everyone knows, at the rookie camp, he was one of the best players. We mentioned it before, but he's just got this good demeanor off the ice, a very confident swagger to the young man, which you love to see. Do I think he's going to make the team? No. I think it's going to be a very, very close thing in the future where they didn't think he was maybe this developed or this close. So I think he's opened up a lot of eyes in a positive way, but I don't know if he's necessarily there just yet. But he's going to get some top-line minutes against some really good players here over the next few games, so they're going to kind of see where he's at. They know right now he can stand out in a rookie camp, and they know right now that he can stand out in a Dallas and a Columbus game last weekend with a, let's call it a subpar lineup. But as you start kind of approaching these games, maybe it's a Connor Bedard in tomorrow night's game as we continue to move into the regular season, or the preseason with the Ottawa Senators coming to town. How does he do against Brady Tkachuk? So all those types of deals, right? We're going to start to learn how is he going up against some big boys. But I don't think he's there just yet. I personally have been really impressed with one young man that I wasn't really having circled on my radar as far as a potential to really make a dent. And with the Blues being healthy, it's going to be really hard for him, but he is going to be very close. And this is this Juracek, this defenseman. Talked to assistant GM Tim Taylor before the Dallas game. He went on and on about young Juracek, about what he did this summer. He put on 20-plus pounds of lean muscle. I talked to Doug Armstrong the other day at the luncheon that you weren't at, Marty, and he said that he put on 18 to 20 pounds. I heard Tim Taylor told me put on about 23 pounds of muscle. Doug, you heard it. You were there.
Yes.
And, so it's one of those things where any kid that can commit to something like that, it's an impressive thing, right? You could tell he's committed. And then he comes on the ice in that Columbus game, and he stood out. I talked to some of the scouts on the plane on the way home, and I always do this game. I say, I'm going to see how much my eye is in tune with your eye. And so I say, best player on the ice on the count of three. And it was a group of us, and I said 1, 2, 3, and I said Juracek, and then two of the other scouts said Juracek, and one other one said Stenberg. But sometimes I play that game because I want to make sure that what I'm seeing is what you're seeing, and what I'm seeing, because I'm conveying it to the people on the air, I want to make sure that I'm dialed in, I'm not missing anything. So clearly Juracek stood out in that game for a lot of people, and they're calling him like this younger next wave of potential Alex Pietrangelo. He's got the size, he can defend, he can be a little bit of a little sandpaper in the D zone, but he's got this offensive ability where he can dance at the offensive blue line. He can make players miss. He's got a great shot. He ran the power play in Columbus as well. So that's probably the most impressive kid that I think I have seen so far this year at camp.
As I look at the current roster, I think it's interesting that the Blues have players from Germany and the Czech Republic and Sweden and Russia and Switzerland and Slovakia. Are they all just expected to speak perfect English when they get there so they know what the coach is talking about?
It's interesting. I don't know. I know that hockey's one common language, which is, see puck, go puck, do something with the puck. So that's a positive. We were laughing with, see puck, go puck,
do something with the puck. Okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple game, so you don't need to talk too much. You know what I mean? It's like making love, Doug. You don't need to talk too much when you're making love.
For heaven's sakes.
Do you do the 1, 2, 3?
Doug, you've always said that.
Usually you have to talk them into it.
See the puck. Get the puck, making love.
Okay. Do something with the puck. Puck corner, come out with it, do something. Anyway, so, you don't need to be doing too much talking.
He's back.
Yeah. So we were talking to Nick Bukestad the other day. It was kind of funny, actually, because I thought he was a Swede. I didn't know what he was before we traded for him, or before we signed there, excuse me. And he looks like a Swede. He's huge. And Bukestad, you think, but I think he's from Minnesota, of course. And then everyone's like, we were laughing with Chris Kerber the other day in the locker room. And they're like, did anyone ever confuse you for like a European? Because we got a lot of Europeans on this team. And then, of course, Nick said, yeah, during camp and one of the captain's practices, one of the young guys started speaking Swedish to him in line, trying to understand what no idea what he was talking about. I'm not really sure where that story applies to anything you just said, Doug, but I just thought it was on the tip of my tongue, so I wanted to throw it out. Yeah, we got a lot of Europeans, and I think it's credit to Alexander Steen and what he's done, of course, on that side of the world. There's great hockey players over there. It's crazy. There's some incredible hockey players over there, and it takes that next layer of scouting and reporting to make sure you are finding these guys. I was with a Tampa Bay Lightning scout at the Dallas game, a guy I used to play with in Wilkes-Barre in the minors, and he made a comment to me talking about this Blues team, talked about the American League team, how they're going to be young, they're going to be big, and he just made a flat-out comment saying the St. Louis Blues draft very, very well. And he emphasized the very, like, you guys draft extremely well. And he's not wrong. But it takes work, and it takes sacrifice. It's the Tim Taylors. It's the Alexander Steens. I mean, there's a whole group of people that have done such a great job of bringing in. This is an interesting team, and it's just not Blues players saying it. These are Blues reporters and, of course, Blues scouts and Blues brass. This is scouts from all over the league, clearly. So everyone's starting to recognize that this team does, in fact, draft very well. They develop extremely well. And we're heading into a pretty cool era of hockey here in St. Louis.
A couple of weeks ago, I was playing golf at St. Albans, not me, a texter. Playing golf at St. Albans, I saw Charlie Vitale playing there. Looks a lot like Joey. Is Charlie better at golf, and is that why Joey hates golf? There you go, from the text line.
Yeah, the tuna. We called him the tuna in high school. John Jost called him the tuna. You remember Johnny Jost?
Yeah, absolutely. The legendary coach of the Cadets. Doug, how many state championships did the Jost win?
Plenty of them.
Too many to count.
Mm-hmm.
I ran out of fingers. For all the rings we won. Actually, we only won 3. Yeah, we only won 3. I lost my sophomore year to Schmet. Can you believe that?
Wow. And did your dad talk to Sid Crosby about the loss, too, I think?
Yeah, we were having the Penguins over my rookie year for dinner, and my dad was talking to Sid in the corner for like 20 minutes, and I finally had to go over and save Sid. And I was wondering what the heck they were talking about. My dad, of all people, God rest his soul, he doesn't know anything about hockey. He poured concrete for a living. And he's talking to Sid about, and he was a diehard CBC guy like you, Marty. You know, he lived and he breathed CBC. And so here he is, his son's playing in the NHL, and he's got the whole Pittsburgh Penguins and future Hall of Famers. Marc-Andre Fleury's at the sink, doing his dishes and all this stuff. And all he can focus on is how back in my sophomore year that the CBC Cadets got screwed over. And we did get screwed over, by the way, that doggone Brian Weidman. That Brian Weidman from DeSmet, he hit that puck out of the air. It was above his waist. It was a high stick. And this goofball referee with like 20 seconds ago called it a goal, and we end up losing 1-0. And I still lose sleep over it.
Even though you won 3, the one you lost is what you're thinking about.
It's the one that got away, Marty. It's the one. Yeah, rare. The one that got away.
So is this Charlie Vitale they're talking about? Is that a relative? No,
he's my brother. So
it is your brother.
Oh, that would be a relative.
Okay.
He's my relative. We get mistaken.
It's not your relative. No, it's your brother.
It's my brother. He ain't heavy.
Yeah. Sorry. He gets mistaken for me all the time, and he'll be in the stands watching Blues games, and he'll have people come up to him and be like, "Joe, aren't you doing the game tonight?" And he's like, "No, that's my brother." But we look so similar. He was a year ahead of me as far as time, but he was 2 grades ahead of me. So when he was a senior, I was clearly a sophomore. So that the Schmet robbery game, if you will, that was his senior year, my sophomore year. But of course, he had a little bit of success there. And his junior year, him and Mike Rush had like 5 points. We smoked Vianney. Suck it, Vianney. When I was a freshman, 7-1 for our first state title. Do you want me to just keep talking about all the state titles?
No, I'm curious. So your brother's into golf, but you're not.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, everyone's talking about golf this week and all these goofballs wearing these stupid vests. Can someone please explain those stupid vests? I mean, it's bad enough you're wearing white belts and those stupid Titleist hats. Now you got to wear these stupid vests when you're playing that stupid
Boy, now he's going after the Ryder Cup. Jackson,
you seem open to the discussion. You seem like your heart's full of love in this situation.
I guess I'm a little closed off.
Yeah,
sorry.
hey, listen, everyone has their things, Joey. And my thing is Joey Vitale on Fridays. That's what I live for.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Jackson. I'm all about the varsity squad, but this one will do today.
All right.
Oh, I can't wait for Gabe.
Wow, Kurt had enough of this. Charlie and I were in the same class at St. Justin. That's from Eric in the Central West End. Ooh, let's see. Joey's favorite CBC teammate. Can he name a favorite? That's from the Arnold Water Tower.
Favorite team was my brother.
There you go.
We were teammates for 2 years. We would always be warming up. And at the old it was the old sheet, it was the old concrete, but it's still the same building, the Afton Ice Rink there, and everyone was warming up, and we would just play keep away in the neutral zone, and we would just be killing each other. And John Jost would still talk about us, how every practice we'd spend the first 10 minutes just playing keep away in the neutral zone and just literally just beating the tar out of each other and just slashing each other, whacking each other, and just having the most fun ever. So Charlie was definitely up there. Jimmy Jost was my first winger, my freshman year. Jim Jack, we called him. He was certainly our leader, our captain, and that was wonderful. Had Bones, had Tony, we just had so many awesome dudes. Those are the best years of my life. I mean, you're Friday night in St. Louis. You're going to the Afton Ice Rink, packed house. Ladies from St. Joe coming. You know what I'm talking about, Doug.
I didn't go to St. Joe.
You didn't?
No.
You can imagine. Imagine.
Now, we've been told on this show that most guys who are future NHL players leave during their high school years. They go up north somewhere and have an affair with a billet mom. You never did any of that?
No, it was like golf. It's just not my thing. I'm not really into that kind of
You're
thing.
pouring concrete.
Oh, it was pouring concrete. I didn't really have a choice. It's funny. Kelly Chase called my dad. Ask Kelly about this. He'll tell you this. He called my dad when I was a junior in high school. Kelly, of course, at the time was kind of getting some junior A programs going here. The Eagles, the Bandits, and all kinds of stuff there out in Chesterfield. And he called my dad. He's like, "Hey, your son can play in college." And he's like, we got to get him to a junior team. We got to get him to the USHL. Maybe he potentially has to leave. And my dad, not only did he think this guy was crazy, he had to ask Kelly, "What's your last name?" Like my dad had no idea who Kelly. My dad didn't watch hockey. He had no idea.
Sure, that went over well with Chaser.
Yeah, right.
Jesus, I got Gretzky sitting in my car right now. I got Garth Brooks on the phone, and you want to know what my name is?
My dad had no idea. He thought he was a girl. I remember he came home. He's like, "Yeah, some lady named Kelly thinks she can play hockey." And I'm like, "Lady named Kelly?" I was like, "I don't know who that is, Dad." He's like, "Don't worry about it. Get your shovel, get your hard hat. Let's go back to work." So
Chaser wants to advance your hockey career, and Mr. Vitale, "No, Joe's got to pour the concrete. He can't leave the family."
That's right. He can't disown. He can't disown his family. He has to bring honor to his family and pour thousands of yards on this highway. So that's kind of to answer your question, Doug. I didn't really have an option because I couldn't leave because my dad. I was just pouring concrete, and so that was that. And then I just kept playing here. And you know what? It was interesting. I ended up playing 1 year after high school, but I was ready to come home and pour concrete and just join the family business. And coach from Northeastern University, shout out NU. Greg Cronin just lost his job with the Anaheim Ducks. He got the job up in Northeastern. He said, "Hey, I'm new coach. Would you want to come try this place out?" I said, "Well, yeah, I'd never been to Boston." And then that was it. I don't know what else to say.
Well, we're all good. We got a hockey game tomorrow. It is the Blues and Blackhawks. I think it's an early. Is that 6 o'clock start? I should probably know this stuff. 6:36. One of those two.
Puck drop at 6 p.m. Martin.
6 p.m. tomorrow at Enterprise Center. Joey Vitale with us every Friday here. Brought to you by Schaefer Door. It was pointed out that your initials are JV. So look who's talking, pal.
Yeah, the JV on the JV squad. Missed Tim today. I missed him.
Okay. All right, there you go. Call him, Doug.
Yeah, I will. I just did.
All right, buddy.
You know what the problem is? The problem is, I'm gonna tell you what your guys' problem is. The problem with the JV squad, you don't have enough Kurt. I think Kurt actually could elevate it to at least a swing team.
Boy, Kurt was swiping at you, and now look at you.
Now we're talking, Joey.
Now we're talking.
We still need to get together for a cooking video.
Yeah, we do. I'm not gonna deny you of that one right there. I think we need more Kurt, and then this was going to become a swing team instead of a JV team.
Okay. Swing team. I don't know what they mean. They play varsity and JV?
Did I join you?
Yeah. I mean, I never was a swing guy, but you know what I mean.
Swing guy. All right, that's Joey Vitale.
All right, then.
Talking Blues hockey, and the coach who got fired from Northeastern that went to Anaheim and then just lost his job. I was trying to stay on board. I was trying to follow him.
Bye,
He's
Joey.
still there. He's still there, Doug.
That was Greg. It was Greg Cronin, Marty. He
Greg
was a great
Cronin.
guy.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a good man.
I'm hoping like an hour from now, like, anyway, Gabe, and then
Joey
Joey's like,
Biden.
hey, real quick, ask you. He's just,
All right, see you, Joe.
okay.
All right, guys. See you later.
Well, all right then. We'll see you.
Okay, is he gone?
Now he's gone.
Oh, he is gone.
Yeah, now he's gone. Now he's gone.
Sometimes it's hard to say goodbye. You can email this show. It's the Design Air email of the day. Design Air is the longest running sponsor here on TMA. It's pretty simple. Go to designairservice.com, the website where you can sign up for a checkup for the furnace before winter arrives, or anytime you have a maintenance issue with your AC, your furnace. That's the place to go. They've been around St. Louis for more than a century, been with TMA for a long time, so it's a company that you can count on. Obviously, they're loyal, and all of the listeners sharing their stories with us, we love to pass those along. I think Manute Bowl eligible is a two-time texter in regards to Design Air Service. Doug's used them on a weekend, anytime. You need a repair or a replacement, they're going to come out, give you an honest appraisal. Tim's dad got multiple bids and ended up going with Design Air. So it's a company you can count on. And again, they support this show, so we encourage you, all things AC, heat, furnace related, get online, get that tune-up done now. It's designairservice.com. They'll bring you the email of the day a little later in the show. We'll talk Mizzou football with Gabe DeArmond. Tim Convy is stopping by in the 10 o'clock hour. TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen. We'll get a theme today, Doug. Music theme. We had songs for Doug yesterday, which sort of ventured off. Then later, Jackson pulled the plug because Doug didn't appreciate the songs.
Yeah, wasn't appreciative enough.
Is there a theme today?
Not really, but I'll call it music for Martin.
Okay.
You like Pearl Jam, don't you?
I do like Pearl Jam.
Yeah, well, here you go.
Music for Martin. Are you taking requests?
Sure. Steely Dan?
Yeah. I'll let you know each commercial break.
Yeah. I won't say too much because I'll do a whole episode of Movie Boy on it early next week. But I saw the new Leo DiCaprio, Paul Thomas Anderson movie yesterday, and they drop Dirty Work by Steely Dan in, and I almost stood up in the theater and started swaying around. I was so fired up.
You did not.
Yeah. It just hit so hard. It was awesome.
Have you ever run
long?
It's 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Have you ever clapped in a theater after the movie was done? Start clapping? I hear that every now and then.
Not anymore. I feel like it used to happen a little bit, and then people realized how insane it is to clap for. There's not even the projectionist up there. Like, you're clapping for nobody.
Movies aren't played on film reels anymore, right? Is it just a
99.9% are done?
How do they play it?
You get a flash drive with the movie on it.
Yeah.
You put it into your system, and then it
just plays the flash drive.
Software that puts it to the different projectors. Yeah. But sometimes, like for IMAX movies or special formats, then sometimes they use film reels.
I remember going to the movies back when you'd see a black dot on the upper right part of the screen to tell the projection. So you got ready to turn on the other projector.
Well, Fight Club,
sometimes they would not hit it.
Right, and then you miss it. Yeah, in Fight Club, they do the thing about the cigarette burns in the individual frames of the movie.
Yeah.
Because you could just literally put a cigarette out in one frame of the movie, 0.1 second would have like a cigarette burn on it. Pretty cool.
Did you take that song suggestion? I gave you that Hot House Flowers, the song called Movies.
Oh, yeah.
For your intro, or did you already have a slick intro?
Copyright-wise, I might run into some issues there.
Well, wait till you blow up and then they start complaining.
Yeah, well, then they want you to play it for them.
Yeah. So you're going to wait till you get really big and then they'll come to you.
Yeah, exactly.
There was a text earlier saying, how have you never seen Mystery Alaska?
Mystery Alaska.
It's a hockey movie.
I don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Well, they're mad at you because you're a sports guy and a movie guy.
How do they know I've never seen it?
You must have referenced it at some point.
I don't remember that. I'll fire it up.
Why did Martin's impression of Sam Vitale sound like Count Dracula? It was an exaggerated Italian dad.
Italy and Transylvania, probably not too far away.
Transylvania is Romania, right?
I think so.
Take your Romanian calls. Still waiting on a pharmacist, too. There was a texter that said, my wife and I listen every day. We're avid listeners, and we're both pharmacists.
Nice.
That's assuming, of course, you trust what these people text in.
I take the text as if it's the Bible. Your Ryder Cup update, Jackson. Will these be in your updates, or are we going to just sprinkle them in throughout the show?
I say sprinkle them in.
Right now, U.S., it's not looking real good, Doug.
Yeah, they're getting
How
kind of
about
lax.
this? Justin Thomas and Bryson DeChambeau are now trailing through 10 holes. Rory McIlroy, Tommy Fleetwood are 4 up in their match. Henley and Scheffler. Somebody earlier said that Henley was bringing down Scheffler, but they're trailing 4 holes to none. Wow. And then we got an all square, Doug. We got an all square. But so far, not good for the Americans who are hosting this. Beth Page Black, that's in Long Island.
Yeah.
We did have a Keegan Bradley. Can we play the Keegan Bradley? He got over the captain trying to fire up the squad. They start so damn early, which we talked about.
Pitch black when he's doing this. It's like probably 4:30 in the morning in Long Island when he's doing this.
Hello, guys. Who's ready to watch a little golf out here? We're going to need everybody to be on their feet and ready to go. You guys ready? Let's go, boys. Come on.
Watch it. I didn't think I would like that one.
That's playing to the crowd. Does it sound like a Jets game? Like the crowd? Are there any females there? Is it all a bunch of guys named Vinny from Brooklyn?
Well, they said, let's effing go, boys.
Right.
But
I'm saying I didn't see the visual. I'm guessing, are they wearing Jets jerseys?
If you would have told, if you would have said this was an audio from a roller coaster, I would have thought the same thing because it's like going up, woo, up and down.
But getting up and ready to go as a golf gallery, that's not going to help any golfers. Not going to help you sink a long putt or something.
No, it wouldn't help you, but it might put a little more pressure on those Europeans.
It doesn't appear to be working.
No, so far no good. But they get a lot more time. Although, if you get smoked in the opening session, that's not a good sign.
I don't think, but I could see a big home crowd can certainly help you in football and basketball and hockey. Get some
momentum
adrenaline going.
Yeah,
golfers don't need adrenaline. They need to be able to concentrate.
You kind of use it sparingly because I think a little adrenaline would help in certain, like when Bryson's getting ready to tee off and he needs a long drive, that energy I think would help.
What was the Bryson Rory Masters story that he wouldn't talk to Bryson?
Right.
And so that
final
was
pairing.
And that was the beef, is that he didn't talk to him?
It seemed like
they asked Rory about it. He's like, it's
It
fine.
seemed like most golfers were kind of like, yeah, that's just how some guys are when it's Sunday at a major. They're in the final group. They're just gonna lock in and not talk. It's not like super weird. Like golfers,
They all do it.
Golfers are kind of like, yeah, that's not weird. That's what I
focus on their game.
My memory of it was people weren't that weirded out.
Lee Trevino said players were like, shut up. Like he would be talking so much.
Yeah, I think probably some guys use it to get into opponent's head, like just casual conversation like that, try to throw them off.
I guess
It's just kind of normal to talk to someone if you're going to be there with them for 3 or 4 hours.
Right, it'd be really weird if you and I played this afternoon and I didn't talk to you because we were playing a match. But when you have caddies out there and all the gallery out there, like it's not as weird if Rory doesn't talk to Bryson because it's not like Bryson's going to go silent for the whole round. He has his caddy.
Seems like small talk would be not a real big
How the
issue.
kids?
I don't think so either. But
How the kids? Everybody at home? Excuse me, I'm golfing here. It's the Masters.
But
Zip
yeah,
it.
and especially with Rory, given his issues at Augusta and needing the career Grand Slam, I don't blame him for being as focused as humanly possible.
He did say, my wife's American, my kids are American.
Yeah.
He's like, it is kind of a weird dynamic. Most of these guys probably live here.
Oh, yeah.
Tommy Fleetwood, I'm sure, lives in Florida. All these guys
Jupiter.
that play the tour probably all live in the U.S., and yet then on that weekend you're shooting, up for the enemy.
That's what I like about it. Is like it's like for this one weekend we suspend because I love Rory McIlroy. I think he's like one of my favorite golfers, but I'm rooting against him hard this weekend.
Would you guys rather go to a Ryder Cup or to Augusta?
Augusta.
Is that an insta call? Is that easy?
Yeah, Augusta.
I'd say Augusta.
That's just
because I can't figure out the rules for the Ryder Cup.
You think Augusta has troughs like Wrigley?
I don't know.
Probably not.
No.
Yeah, I don't even think
Probably your own separate room.
Yeah.
I don't care what literally everyone else thinks. The show doesn't completely suck today. How about that from Arbor Day?
Huh.
I don't care what literally everyone else thinks. The show doesn't completely suck. Golf talk sucks. That's from the 618. Boom. There you go. Some people like some things, and some people like other things.
Yeah.
Some people don't like other things.
Right.
Martin, Tommy lives in Dubai. You should know this. Back to Tommy Fleetwood.
Oh.
I'm assuming most of them live in Florida or the States that play on the tour.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing a guy like Tommy Fleetwood probably lives multiple places.
You would definitely want to live someplace where you could play year-round.
For sure.
Oh, I thought that person was being facetious. He really does live in Dubai.
Tommy Fleetwood does?
Yeah.
What's he doing there? Living in one of those giant high-rises?
Probably.
He has his own house at the Emirates Golf Club.
It's a hell of a commute, though, if you're playing the tour.
Probably in the summer, he's got a different place.
Probably keeps a place in Florida. I'm willing to wager that he's got a place in Florida.
Would imagine.
You guys all keep places in Florida, don't you?
And Dubai, obviously.
Yeah.
Sports talk radio for you.
It's loaded with take Smiths. You go to Dubai, they're all over the place.
I'm a pharmacist on the street.
Doesn't count.
That's a drug dealer.
I got a trench coat. Get whatever you boys need. Tim's got my number on speed dial. That's from Jackson's Uncle Doug.
Okay.
The show does suck today. That's from the Choke Artist 1.6.
I guess maybe that's why pharmacists have to stay in the office. Because if they start selling drugs on the street, now they're drug dealers.
Right. Changes quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the Euro guys played their golf for U.S. college teams. That's also
true. Sepp Straka, Georgia Bulldog.
Sorry?
Sepp Straka, a European player. We call him the bastard on this program. The bastard Sepp Straka is a big Georgia Bulldog.
Augusta does not have troughs. They have enough workers in there to clean every stall after its use. It's efficient as a NASCAR pit lane. I was kidding, by the way. I don't really think Augusta.
Well, if you're talking about plumbers or pharmacists, what a bad beat it would be to have to clean the bathroom after every use.
Oh.
One in, one out kind of philosophy.
That's almost time for Porta Potty Guy. When we start thinking about...
I sent you his number. Did you ever reach out?
I did not.
I still am just dubious.
We mentioned Sister Jean. Actually, I think they're both from Chicago because Kurt sent me a number on Porta Potty Guy. I think it was a Chicago number.
He's like Colorado Springs, I believe.
How do you... It's a little.
I do my homework. I
That's
do
a
show
lot of
prep
immediate
like that.
knowledge.
Does the work.
Could you play a little bit of porta potty since we're referencing? Ed Time says the show is just fine, and I feel like Ed Time could be a critic. Guys, I'd rather listen to you talk about the Gateway Grizzlies than golf. Yawn. That's from the 618. We're representing America, Doug.
We're trying to touch on everything.
This goes beyond golf. This is bigger than golf.
The wrong ones, and then I just switched over to a busy one, and then, I don't know, just some chick came in, and supposedly she saw me or whatever.
It's the laugh. It's
He
really
seemed
the laugh.
happy that she saw him.
It's one of the creepiest audios we have.
He said everything so matter-of-factly. Like, what do you mean this is odd?
Stuffed a small shirt in there.
I was at a kid's soccer game a couple weeks ago, and I had to use a porta potty. And because of this stupid show, I looked down there.
It's not pleasant.
No, there's nothing you want is down there.
No, it'll set you back.
If you drop your phone in there, you're going right to Verizon. That phone is the porta potties now.
And to think a lot of America was using outdoor porta potty type things just like
an outhouse
70 or 80 years ago. Yeah.
And you might be a snake in there or something.
Yeah, you see these beautiful buildings in Europe, some of them that were built 1,000, 1,500 years ago, and we still hadn't figured out indoor plumbing in the 20th century.
Yeah.
For everyone, at least.
Right. Well, we just said you took the lantern outside to the outhouse.
Which country blazed
I
the
just
trails
hold
of
it.
indoor plumbing?
Indoor?
Probably Italy, right? With the aqueducts, the Roman aqueducts.
They had the outdoor plumbing down.
Yeah. Then I think the natural transition.
And people had a pot inside.
A chamber pot.
Yeah.
You fats complaining about golf might need to go walk a couple of golf courses. Do we know that they were the fats?
Yeah, we don't. But it's probably a safe assumption.
It's not usually the thins that complain.
I think the show's fine as hell, and so is Doug.
I love these guessing games. What year do you think is the first documented indoor plumbing? I'll tell you where it was at. It was the Indus Valley, which is modern-day India and Pakistan.
Oh, man.
What year?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
always earlier than you think.
Yeah.
1780.
I'll go way earlier.
I'll
go
1410.
I'll go 800. Year 800.
Between 3,500 and 4,000 BC.
I'll get out of here. It's like when they say like golf was invented in Egypt because they like played with like I'm not buying it.
4,000 BC?
Yeah, it says they had water pipes connected to homes, central drainage and sewer systems.
And then what, we forgot for another couple thousand years?
Look, I report, you decide.
And then you see Slumdog Millionaire, like they kind of got away from it.
When we came over to Hubbard, we had an old Inside STL YouTube account, and we couldn't figure out the password to it. The idea of them having indoor plumbing that early and then losing the password, losing the blueprints on it. Like, damn.
Guess we're outhousing.
Yeah. Bad beat.
Well, they figured out how to build the pyramids how many thousands of years ago?
Yeah. They sure did.
Somebody knew what they were doing back then. Aliens?
We don't know how advanced those civilizations were.
Yeah.
We know how advanced they are over at 100 West Dental.
Oh, look at that.
And our friends over there, Dr. Brandon Pryor, and Tim's going to tell you about them presently.
Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. Loyal TMA sponsors, and online at 100westdental.com. You can find their offices on Manchester in Baldwin, and they built brand new offices with the most modern of technology with the patient experience at the front of mind. Listen, plenty of people say, I really just don't want to go to the dentist. But the reality is dental health can impact the rest of your body's health. So it's an important thing to get done. Get checked up with Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental at 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No dental insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on that if you mention my name, you're going to get $1,000 off Invisalign. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that'll show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com.
Stephen Time wants Ed to keep his name out of his mouth.
The brothers' time.
The brothers' time, apparently, are battling. Is that a thing?
Well, it could be a new war like Colville and Webster.
And within seconds of the text coming in, artificial unintelligence said, any chance you got a Tim recorded spot there? I need to hear his voice. Right like
Bingo.
that. Just like that. Papers was on it. That's Jackie Papers. Kurt's here, the chairman, sitting in the Tim seat. Tim's out. It's his vacation for his birthday weekend. Martin and Doug here. We're all here till 11 o'clock. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The Air Comfort Service text inbox is 314-399-9646. And you also have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. What are they saying in the We Are the Aliens? That's what it says. This is embarrassing from DJ Patty Cakes. That's what's being said right now in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. TMA is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is my favorite Doors song. Do you remember that?
Yeah. I know you're a big Doors guy. And
it's kind of like the Steel. I like them. I like the Doors.
This is a good driving song. Driving around, throw this on.
Blood on the Streets of Chicago. There you go. Peace Frog. Name of the. Sounds like a name of one of Jackson's buddies. Who's picking you up today? Peace Frog.
Well, it's the Frog Dad.
Frog Dad. It's the Friday edition.
Yeah, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour.
Fisher and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. We're going to get to Gabe DeArmond at the top of the hour, but on Friday, what do we do every Friday, Doug? We have a Fun Fellow Friday, but we also have Drops of the Week.
Oh, sure we do. Be nice to have those now.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you guys drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
You're an evil man.
Usually, if you're the best in the world at what you do, you have to live with your parents well into your 40s.
Doug, annoying.
The idea is get the lead, get a stop. Get the lead, make a defensive play. That's the idea. That's what the game is supposed to be about.
Oh, hit it from the other side.
You'll know what pain is.
I'm a big ball-packing guy.
Dudes be trying to push up on my wife. She bad.
First thing you take is that he's not tall.
So give it to me.
When Meyer hit the 40-yard field goal, my wife's father and I embraced, and we couldn't help ourselves. We kissed.
Yeah, because when you invited me here, I said, do I have to go to Doug's basement?
Yeah. His tan and beard are hot. Is that how we judge general managers now?
Suck it, Doug Vaughn.
Give me your fucking feet. Oh, that was clever, wasn't it? Right? That was Drops of the Week.
Any week with Mo is always special.
A drop fest.
Yeah, it's always special. There's almost always too much to clip off with Mo. Like, you could legitimately, anytime before he goes into his actual speak, anytime he does like a vocalized pause, it's funny.
Very distinct voice. You always know it's him.
Yeah, he has maybe the most distinct voice. That's a good clear in the deck. Most distinct voice in St. Louis sports.
Oh, it's interesting.
Huh. Probably is.
Yeah.
I got a text last night. My colleague, Shirley Washington, longtime news anchor at the 2 Fox, she asked if I would pass along Mozalik's email address. And she said she wanted to send him a note because during COVID, her dad died. And it must have been discussed on the air or mentioned somewhere. She said he sent her a personal note with condolences. And she said, I've never forgotten that.
Yeah,
that was 5 years ago. And she said, I would like to just send him a note back or a
nice
text
gesture.
or a call. Yeah.
Really
How about that? I texted him to see if he's truly headed to Fort Myers because he was sniped by a listener.
And you haven't heard back from him?
I think he's probably, I'm not the Pope anymore. Can you just can you delete me from your contacts?
Lose my number is what the kids would say.
Lose my number.
I guess they don't have any, all right, we're back in St. Louis after this Cubs series. They don't have a season-ending talk with the
like a banquet.
Yeah, just one last gathering about a debriefing session.
Well, and he's talking on Monday. He told us. My theory is that he wasn't going to Fort Myers. My theory is he's probably going to Chicago, or maybe he's, who knows, because he's going to be what you're talking about, Doug. There is some end-of-season business. Heim takes over.
You think he'd go to Chicago? One last
I would.
Cubs-Cardinals series?
That's my theory, is that he was actually going to Chicago, and if you're at Southwest, that's an easy way to get there.
Maybe in St. Louis, you have to go to Fort Myers first and then go to Chicago.
Quick layover in Fort Myers.
So I didn't want to get too into his logistics, but I said a listener says you're on their flight to Fort Myers, and I said that in hopes that he would say, why would I be going to Fort Myers? The games, did you check the schedule? Games at Wrigley.
Yeah, they're not playing against the Red Sox spring training team.
Kind of like texting when I said, do you guys use Flag Day as a barometer like Claves always says? Check back around Flag Day.
Yeah.
And Mozeliak said, no, we don't. Also, kind of busy. It's the draft. And I was like, oh, I'm texting during the draft. We like logistics on the show.
Is texting during the draft worse than texting Robbie Avila during a game? Or calling him?
He didn't pick up by him.
That's why he missed those threes.
Yeah, he's on.
Checking his hip pocket. Yeah. He's got his phone out on the court.
Sure, it's time to take a timeout.
Was it a Pirates player who slid into third?
Yeah, and his phone flew out. Crazy. One of the crazier things I've ever seen in my life. Because they always just make fun of outfielders when they're checking that card on the matchups. Like, people in the idiots in the bleachers are like, get off your phone. It's like they're not looking at like Twitter when they're in between pitches. They're at their cards. But then the phone flew out of his pocket. It blew it all up.
Are you surprised they need cards? Can't you remember how you're supposed to play certain hitters?
162 games, pitching changes. I don't blame him.
It takes the thinking out of it, and I think you want these guys to think as little as possible.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I'm with Kurt on this one.
I saw the Reds outfielder yesterday. So the Reds are winning 2-1, ninth inning against the Pirates at home. Pirates' Brian Reynolds hits what appears to be a game-tying homer. Like, oh, no, this wild card chase, this drama that Manfred built. And Marte of the Reds makes that the catch, a leaping catch, robs him the home run. And the first thing he did, he pulled out the little note right away, pulled out his little cheat sheet. But the Reds got the win, and they are a game behind the Mets, trying to avoid an epic collapse. So that wild card race that Cardinals, Doug, are only 4 back. If it's just a game here, again, just you could have been part of the mediocrity. But the Mets are 5 games over. They've got a 1-game lead over the Reds. Diamondbacks still alive technically. They're 2 back in the race for the final wild card. So it looks like the setup is pretty clear. Whoever your wild card is going to be going to L.A. So either the Mets or the Reds will go to L.A. for a best of 3. Cubs and Padres. Does that excite you there? A little wild card Cubs at Wrigley next week.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Padres, Cubs.
I've kind of moved on to football, to be honest.
You moved on? Okay. Oh, gosh, so you don't care about hockey. No. And now you don't care about the baseball playoffs.
I mean, I kind of do.
The 2 professional sports we have in this town.
No, I know. Well, neither of them are. Well, the Blues are playing, but like if the Cardinals aren't in it, I watched the World Series.
The Blues season is actually
when Dodgers and Yankees last year, I was watching that World Series, but that was like but I wasn't. I'm not gonna
be glued.
Rangers, Diamondbacks the year before. No, sorry, not into it. There's football on like every night.
Wow. Did you watch the Thursday night football game?
Well,
great comeback by the Arizona Cardinals.
I did say Seahawks money line,
and then the Seahawks get the walk-off win.
Yeah,
I watched a tiny bit of Army in East Carolina.
The Pirates.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts?
Mostly because I couldn't get the NFL game
on Amazon.
No, wherever the hell it was.
Well, you have Amazon, Doug. You have Amazon, I'm sure. Prime. No,
I don't know. I don't know.
This happens every time there's a game.
You seem defeated.
I got to find ESPNU tomorrow for
That's
Mizzou.
Gonna be tough. Yeah,
better start now.
Yeah, start looking now.
Speaking of Mizzou, we're going to talk to Gabe DeArmond from Power Mizzou. That's next on TMA. Together Credit Union has 14 branches around the St. Louis area. You can find out more online, togethercu.org. And the great thing about Together Credit Union, not just a place where you can do some business, but also they're kind of having fun with it. That Zoo debit card they offer, City SC debit card. It makes it just a little more exciting and fun, especially when you get your kids signed up to start their own account. Take them to one of those branches, sign them up, and start putting money into the bank. You can do it with Together Credit Union. They also offer unique items like the community contributor mortgage. We love that as well. Trying to find ways to save you money. And for our community contributors, there are special rates, special deals that apply. If you're a teacher, a firefighter, EMT, all those folks qualify as a community contributor. So when it's something creative, but also something that benefits you in your pocketbook, do people still carry pocketbooks? Okay, they do. Jackson says yes. TogetherCU.org. Find out more about that. Everything they do with those mortgages are handled in-house. It's a St. Louis-based bank, Together Credit Union, but it's not a bank. There's a difference there, and you can find out more by doing business with Together Credit Union. They are your hometown home loan provider. For all your needs, you just stop by and see them or go online, TogetherCU.org. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Seahawks Cardinals last night for Thursday Night Football. Seahawks win on a game-winning field goal despite the Arizona Cardinals comeback. The Seahawks moved to 3-1 on the season. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Called Missouri, which I wrote. There is a state which I live in, which is called Missouri. It is called Missouri.
Homecoming weekend. That's why Coach Strink is dragging around that little box with the old school football in there.
Yeah.
Old school.
OG
homecoming.
football.
Then we had a big debate. People texting in saying Illinois invented homecoming. I think Bryant College might have invented
There's a lot of battles I would choose to fight, and that one is not one of them.
Not really
if they
worth
want it, they can have it, honestly.
Gabe, are you aware that Illinois is also claiming they invented homecoming? Is this a big concern?
I'm very concerned about it. I can't speak for others. But yeah,
Can't speak for others.
I'll get to the bottom of that by 6:30 tomorrow night.
UMass. The Minutemen are coming to town. They are 0-3. We established they've already lost to Bryant. What are you hoping to see in this game? What do you think even the playing time, how do you think they'll ration that out?
Yeah, I'd like to see the game over early in the second quarter and a whole bunch of backups and freshmen in. So that I can write a column and pull up Penn State, Oregon, and Georgia, Alabama on the laptop and be ready for the postgame show.
Any chance at all that Massachusetts could be a threat?
No.
Do they have any hope at all?
No.
Well, think about it. Think about it a little before you answer. They got nothing?
They got nothing.
I told you I won't know a player on their team. I did write a story that included some of their names. I can no longer remember them. No, there's no chance.
What's the ideal scenario? Get up about 21-0, 3 drives and out for Hardy and Prabula?
That's what I do. I'm not sure Missouri will do that. I would say probably a drive into the second quarter. Hopefully it's 24-0, 28-0, something like that. And I would treat Hardy and Prabula differently than the rest of them. Like, I understand the offensive line's going to play. Most of the defensive starters are going to play a half, all that. Hardy and Prabula specifically, I would, if you're comfortably 3 scores up at the end of the first quarter, I'm good. Those guys can sit the rest of the day.
Does Mizzou worry at all about making the score look lopsided for the pollsters and the rankings or anything? Does any of that matter?
I really don't think. Well, first of all, I think you can do that with the backups. Like, I don't think you need your – Missouri could play every starter 0 snaps in this game, and they should still win by 30. So I don't think they need to do that. What I'm more interested in is, do we see a few more carries than normal for Ahmad Hardy to help his chances to lead the country in rushing, to get in the Heisman conversation? Do we see a little stat padding from for Prabula? But the truth is, if Missouri goes 10-2, I think chances are very good that's going to be good enough this year. I don't think you really need to worry about. The determining factor is not going to be, did you beat UMass by 20 or 50? That doesn't really matter.
No. Well,
do you think they'll use it as a way to kind of experiment a little bit with the kicking game or get this Oliver Robbins out there? I thought it was interesting. Drinkwitz kind of laid out what went on last week, how they wanted to use Oliver Robbins, but then they thought it wasn't fair in that moment. Do you think, even though Meyer made the kick, is this mysterious Oliver Robbins still kind of in the mix?
I would think so. I think, honestly, the rest of this year, every kick's going to be a little bit of an adventure. I just don't think you're ever going to truly feel like you have at times here with some of Missouri's kickers where, I don't really need to watch this 27-yard kick. I think every kick you're going to hold your breath a little bit.
Gabe,
Jackson has a question.
Yeah, I sure do. Gabe, we talked Monday about the drop kick situation, and we were all kind of confused by it. And I know Cody, your guy Cody, who's doing an outstanding job for Power Mizzou, asked Drink about it in his press conference. I came away with more questions than answers afterwards. Do you have any clarity on what the drop kick versus kicking off a tee situation is?
Yeah, I think it was basically I think it was a one-time thing. I don't expect to see that again. Going in, I think Drink was wary of South Carolina's return game. And then the first kickoff return or two were pretty good returns by South Carolina. Like, they didn't get necessarily great field position, but I remember both of the first two, you were like, oh, that was kind of one tackle away from maybe breaking that. And he said, I didn't know how many times we could kick to those guys and get away with it. And he said, the week before, they had brought one out from 9 yards deep in the end zone and almost run it back against Vanderbilt. So kicking it into the end zone isn't good enough against that team. He said, I just didn't want to take a chance to keep kicking to those guys. So we went with the drop kick and hung it up and got more hang time so we could cover it better. And so I don't think it's something you're going to see going forward. I think that was a South Carolina specific deal.
And if it's a kickoff, that would be Oliver Robbins, right? Off a tee would be him.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you still drop kick a field goal?
You can.
I wonder if that'd be an option if things go really haywire.
Wouldn't recommend it.
I guess it depends on how accurate the guy is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, I know that there is a difference between a drop kick and a punt, but I don't specifically really understand what
Agreed. For whatever reason, I thought a drop kick had to touch the ground and then you kick it.
I think that's what it is, right?
Right, but then that seems really dangerous. That seems like you could whiff pretty easily.
I guess.
Doug's our kicking expert. He's got nothing.
And yet they're doing it to kick off.
Yeah, it's odd.
I saw Mizzou got a commitment from the JUCO transfer, DeMarcus Johnson, 6'8". What's he weighing in at? 280. That's a big boy.
Yeah, large defensive end, no question. I think that's probably kind of like the Zion Young replacement for next year because Zion will exhaust his eligibility and kid that Missouri beat LSU on. So I know recruiting's been a little bit different this year, and I expect it to remain a little bit different, but had a nice pickup there.
Outside of Hardy, Gabe, give me an idea. You're at camp during the summer. I know you guys don't get to watch a ton of practice, but have any names that have so far been better than advertised or transfers you say, wow, we knew he'd be good, or has anybody kind of jumped off? I mean, I feel like Trotter, we knew he'd be good, but he does seem to be a tackling machine.
Yeah, I think Trotter and Damon Wilson both have been as advertised. I think Bo Perbula has been better than I thought he would be. I mean, I didn't have any idea. I guess if you watch ESPN, apparently they don't even think he was Missouri's starter, but he was. But I don't think I would have expected him to be this good.
Missouri's still selling out games like this one? This UMass?
Yeah, this is homecoming. And, I know there are some people that are mad that homecoming's in September. I don't really know why that matters, but it does seem to matter to some people. But look, the only other option for homecoming was Alabama. Alabama was always going to sell out. So it's smart business to make UMass homecoming, because if UMass isn't homecoming in the middle of 6 straight home games, this would be one that I think a lot of people might say, yeah, I'm not going to mess with that.
Right.
But because it's homecoming and you got all the other stuff around it, that assured this one will sell out. Alabama was going to sell out anyway, so you sold out the whole season.
Yeah, makes sense.
And it's a great game if somebody wants your tickets and all year you say, no. But I think people will go. Don't you think it'll still be mostly full? People, if they're not going, they'll find somebody that wants those seats.
Yeah, and it's going to be upper 60s, low 70s at kickoff. It's going to be a perfect day. And, the truth is a lot of people, they just want to go watch their team and have their team win. And there's a lot of people that would rather go to this game than go to a game where, hey, there is a risk Missouri gets beat, right? I mean, you're going to leave the stadium happy tomorrow night. So,
are Mizzou fans, do you think it makes sense? You want Alabama to get some wins the next couple of weeks so that game becomes even bigger?
Yeah, I mean, I get that logic, but again, I just think the only thing that really matters is Missouri needs to get to 10 wins, and they need no more than 4 other SEC teams there. I don't think it matters which other ones there are, right? So we were having this conversation on our board, and I do understand the logic of, hey, you want Alabama to beat Georgia, and then that looks even better and all that. But flip side is Alabama loses that game, then they're at 10-2 at a best, and if they lose one more, now they're down in that 9-win territory, which is probably out of real playoff contention, right? So that eliminates somebody, even if it's not a team you directly play. Whereas if Alabama wins this game, then all of a sudden 10-2, maybe even 11-1 looks more likely for Alabama, and then Georgia has to lose twice more to be out of contention. So I think it's as much about how many teams can get to 10 as which teams get to 10.
Who would you rate as the best team in the SEC at the moment?
Until proven otherwise, I'm going with Georgia. I don't know if they are, but I trust them in big situations more than I do the others. I'm not sold on LSU yet. I'm definitely not sold on Texas, and I've got to see Alabama tomorrow before, because they've only played one good team, and they got run off the field by them. So if they get beat by 20 against Georgia tomorrow, then I've kind of got my answer about Alabama too.
Yeah, it's a big weekend for finding out a lot more about certain teams. You like Ole Miss in that home game against LSU, Gabe?
No, I actually picked LSU. Our picks are going up here pretty soon. I picked LSU because Lane hasn't won this game, this type of game. Like, he's won every game he should win, and he's had a couple big wins. But the game that can really make it, like Missouri and Ole Miss are the two best teams to not make the playoff in the last 2 years.
Yeah, they're kind of birds of the same feather a little bit.
Part of the reason is because Lane has lost games like this. So until they do it, I wouldn't pick them to do it.
Oh, I forgot. I was supposed to ask, will they roll out the Wildcat this week? Is this the perfect weekend, Gabe, for the Wildcat?
I think so, yeah. I would put Brett Brown at Wildcat to start the game.
Maybe Oliver Robbins. Maybe we get him more involved.
Secret weapon.
Wildcat.
If you go to Mizzou's official page, that Oliver Robbins, it has like a blank. It doesn't show a picture. I'm like, is he real?
He kicked off to start the game against South Carolina, and then I never saw him again. He went up to the press box.
He's like Ed Chang. He's just a hologram.
Right.
They don't even have a picture of the board.
Right. I feel bad for him. He wears green shoes.
Yeah. Hey, Bryson just hit one off the spectator tent, so
we got it well. You're locked in on the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, we have a developing.
Gabe was at the Ryder Cup 2 years ago in Rome.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I enjoyed that one more than I enjoyed this one on TV.
Yeah. Is it hard to keep up with what's going on at the Ryder Cup when you're out on the course?
It's not too bad. They got scoreboards all over, and there's only 4 matches going on at once. Also, it was real easy 2 years ago because all you had to know was that America was awful at getting its brains beat in every match. I was there for the Scheffler and Koepka 9-7 match.
Yeah.
That was an all-timer.
Yeah, he got smoked.
Are you worried at all about your Chiefs with the Ravens coming in this weekend?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I would assume Baltimore will win that game, but one of them is going to be 1-3, which is probably was not thought before the year. Could use a couple more Derrick Henry fumbles.
Andy Reid, hot seat.
Wow, Kurt called it. First to call it.
Dave Tobe taking over as interim.
Spags gets to get back in the chair.
Well, we hope our listeners don't destroy your post-game podcast again. I know that's been a concern.
Well, they might not this week simply because, I think most people are going to be tuned out by 11 o'clock tomorrow night. Like, it will be a smaller audience, but that does not mean it will not be. There will be no shenanigans.
Oh, maybe this is the week you do it topless.
Yeah, right. You can kind of secretly do it topless this week.
I expect a Tim McKernan voicemail.
Yeah,
I'm glad to hear you tell was it Billy that goes through the voicemails?
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear you tell Billy no filtering.
I mean, look, it cannot possibly be the most offensive thing that's on YouTube, right?
No, not even close.
I mean, yeah. So until YouTube emails me and says, seriously, what are you doing? And we're good.
Give me your fucking feet.
That leads into my question. Was
my
the
favorite
feet,
one.
Was the feet voicemail the magnum opus of Gabe voicemails?
Yeah, I still don't really understand that one. I'm not sure it tops the bathroom chicken wings, but
I'm eating chicken wings on the potty.
Those are kind of in the conversation.
The oddity of it all. We'll let Gabe get back to his Ryder Cup watching like many sports fans are doing here on this Friday. And we got Mizzou at 6:30 with UMass coming to Frofield Tigers going to 5-0, which was the plan all along with Alabama a couple of weeks away. Gabe, we'll talk to you on Monday for the full breakdown.
All right, sounds good, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, that's Gabe DeArmond.
And that's presented to you by James Carlton.
CarltonInsurance.net.
And Tim's going to tell you about James Carlton presently.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency has been my insurance agent since 2019. I made the switch 6+ years ago, and man, am I happy that I did. But I am not the only 101 ESPN personality to make the switch. Just last week, Jamie Rivers asked me to put him in contact with James Carlton. I said I'd be more than happy to do so. They get on the phone. James runs some numbers, and he saved Jamie $600 a month. That's right, $600 a month. Just imagine what one phone call to James Carlton can do for you. 2 minutes on the phone with James could be worth hundreds of dollars in savings. You might as well make the call and see what they can do for you. 314-961-4800. That's 314-961-4800. Or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm.
What Gabe was alluding to, Ryder Cup, which teed off early this morning at Bethpage Black. The Europeans are rolling right now. Justin Thomas, Bryson DeChambeau are losing 3-up. Rory McIlroy, Tommy Fleetwood leading 5-up. Fitzpatrick and Aberg are 4-up. Cantley and Schauffele are the lone Americans playing well, apparently, because they are 3-up in their match.
All right.
So you got that going.
If you can get a push out of one of those where you're down a decent amount, and then you can get the Schauffele Cantlay win, feeling a little better.
I don't know if you can get a push.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
The match,
they're about to be closed out.
Because Thomas DeChambeau are through 14 holes.
Yeah, they're about to be
down
closed
3.
out.
You're going to need a minor
about to be dormy
miracle there. Professor Papers earlier in the show did break down for everyone the format for the Ryder Cup, educational experience. We talked the troughs at Wrigley Field. They don't have troughs at Augusta. We had a big pharmacy discussion too. We tried to get a pharmacist to call in, never happened. Doug was concerned that they were actually chained to their desk at your neighborhood Walgreens.
Yeah, I'd like to see him be able to get out and about a little bit.
He wants him to get out and get loose.
Some remote work.
We couldn't find, shockingly with this audience, we couldn't find a Yale alum.
His wife, an expert field dresser. That would be what your ideal situation would be.
Remember Max, the pharmacist that would do bits on Channel 4?
Oh, yeah. What was
Max
his last
Roby?
name?
No, that's a different guy.
that was a news anchor.
It was Max, and he would do nightly medical, but he was a pharmacist, wasn't he? He did a bit on local TV all around the country. Kind of like Mr. Food did those segments.
And don't forget Dr. Red Duke. Well, I'm Dr. Red Duke. You had a bunch of those people that had they would sell their segment to stations all over the nation and make a fortune. They do little 1 minute or 1 minute 20-second packages on a certain item and sell them to the local station.
I remember Mr. Food. It's so good. Your dad never went, You really enjoyed that food.
Well, I'm Dr. Red Duke. He was my favorite.
Now I'm going to look him up. But then the Max guy, I always thought he was local, but maybe he wasn't.
Yeah,
he kind of looked like the guy from My Dinner with Andre. What's that actor?
Will Pohl. That's I know you're talking about.
And he was in Never Get in a Land War with Asia.
Yeah, that's Wallace Shawn.
Yeah, you would know him if you saw him.
He's a very distinctive look and voice. He kind of sounds like Gilbert Gottfried a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah, Wallace Shawn. Yeah. Princess Bride.
Princess Bride was where he's Never get in a land war with Asia.
Yeah, right.
Which is great advice for all the kids.
Are we considering that now?
No, but
he's 5'2". We talked about actors' heights recently.
That actor you're talking about has a distinct look and voice. He looks like the guy Max that did the nighttime pharmacy medical updates.
Got it.
Before Doug famously left for Channel 5. It was all the old days at Channel 4. Texter's been active. We've been trying to keep tabs on that. Also, you folks in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, you are not being ignored. It's just that I haven't read any of those.
Right. But you're not being ignored.
But we're watching you.
We see you.
We've got eyes on you. Stiefel Dossier, brought to you by our friends at Stiefel, of course. It's been a busy one with Joey Vitale, Gabe DeArmond. Tim Convy is stopping by in the next hour. He's got a new special that's out. Still more to get, Doug. We've got Clearing the Deck. We have college football clutter, ball knowers corner. There's a lot still to get to on the Stiefel Dossier. TMA is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Attendance is low and more. All is to trade deadlines looming. What will they do at the start of the year? Hopes were high. Now watching this team is like watching paint dry. Well, boys, you gave it a hell of a try. The well was full, but now it's dry.
Really sounds like Sinatra.
I thought it was.
It's unbelievable.
I always just envisioned the older musicians in the back just playing their hearts out for just a stupid song. And they're just bearing down, playing as well as they possibly can.
Tuxedos.
Well, there's 3 more to go. Cards, Cubs. It's a Wrigley weekend. It's not going down to the wire. Maybe the schedule makers thought they were doing us a favor. Hey, Cards, Cubs, final weekend. Instead, you got Miles Michaelis on the mound today, his final Cardinals start. He did say he'd like to come back. I think that ship has sailed. We have a fan angst meter. Mo's pegging the needle. The DeWitts are right there. I feel like player-wise, Michaelis is right up there in terms of fan
most
anger.
people know that it's like this is, he's probably almost certainly not coming back next season.
Right, but I'm just saying I think he's one people are really, like, you're not mad at Brendan Donovan.
Right.
You're frustrated with Walker, but I feel like Michaelis especially, and we've talked to him about it, his kind of laid-back persona makes it even more frustrating for some of the fans.
What was the text, the famous text, like, I wish he would stop pitching so he could come on the show?
But I would love him to co-host the show.
Right.
I told him once that he was being offered to shoot straight into the sun. He's like, really, man? That's kind of creative. And I said, well, there's a bunch of them. I said, Palante's there with you. I was telling him the list of pitchers that were being sent.
It's a dense list.
Problem is, Doug, when we shoot them all straight into the sun, we don't really have a rotation for next year.
It could be a problem.
Well, you look at his recent games, he's been pretty good.
Yeah.
He hadn't allowed more than 2 runs in a month.
It's hard to believe but I tell you, he's pitching today. And granted, it's at Wrigley where he had the implosion of all implosions earlier this summer.
The shoot to the sun special.
That was a shoot to the sun special where you thought he couldn't pitch Little League after watching that game. But he has been decent for a while. But when you say his name, you go, oh, my God. And he might just get lit up like a...
Right. Well, the thing on him has always been his ability to locate. Like, if he's able to locate, he's probably going to be pretty solid. But if he's just a little off, he's going to be serving up really hittable balls.
Last 5 games, he's pitched 5 innings or more. He's given up 2 runs, 2 runs, 2 runs, 1 run, 1 run.
That would play. That's more of what like they saw when they gave him the big contract.
That's
I like when they do get shelled. Charlie calls it a laser light show. So Cards Cubs this weekend, big college football. We've referenced that. Talked to Gabe about it. We were talking Mizzou. He's watching the Ryder Cup, kind of like when Larry Nickel calls in and he's watching Storage Wars instead of locking in on his wrestling report.
Yeah, it looks like we just had a match close out. John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton win 4-3 over Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas.
I wonder if the crowd's getting a little less rowdy.
Well, the fact that
actually they might get really drunk and get really angry.
The fact that it was Bryson's group that just got kind of worked over is a little concerning because he was kind of pegged as the X factor by Xander Schauffele.
Don't say pegged.
Martin just said it about Mozeliak, and you let it slide.
Well, I let it go once.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're a man of principle.
When the match is in this quickly, I feel bad for the people on the 18th hole waiting for the play to come around.
Wait all day.
And never
like I've got the greatest seat, and really it was decided on the 12th hole.
You got to stay warm because they'll likely. I don't know if they might pick different guys for. That's where I get a little touchy with the formatting of it all. I don't know if a lot of these guys will also play in the afternoon because there's an afternoon session as well.
The captain decides.
Yeah. Some of the guys who might not have played in the morning will play in the afternoon, I assume. But I don't know.
Not a golf diehard like you guys around here tend to be more golf nerds.
Centric.
Golf-centric, sorry, that's nicer. The Euro roster, to me, seems to be bigger names.
Yes. Yeah.
And yet the U.S. is favored just because of the home soil? Does that make any sense?
They usually win. Outside of Medina in 2012, the U.S. has won. Yeah, the home team wins.
home team tends to win.
Yeah.
But if you just look at the roster, I feel like, and again, I'm not a golf-centric person, the Euro names look bigger.
Right.
Could it be the home team tends to win because a lot of the players aren't that interested in going across the pond to play? Or maybe the home team has better players usually because they'll say, sure, I'll go to New York and play, as opposed to, sure, I'll go to Italy and play.
I don't think so, just because this is such a rarity and such an honor to be picked. And, I mean, they go across to Europe all the time, and at least once a year for the Open Championship. So that's nothing new. And then for the Euro guys, they play a lot in America, so that's nothing new either.
But
so,
you can see how it could be a bit of a commitment to some who don't really need it.
Definitely don't need it for like a money standpoint, but from a, like, as part of your career, like being on a sick Ryder Cup team that maybe makes a big comeback or wins on opposing soil.
I'm just trying to come up with a reason other than
we got another closeout.
We got the crowd behind us.
Yeah, another closeout. Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood defeat Colin Morikawa and Harris English 5-4.
And the guy named English is for the U.S.
So that's 2 points for Europe to America's 0, as we are 2 matches through.
So not good.
Not a great start, but yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to work a push as Fitzpatrick is 4 up. Fitzpatrick and Oberg are 4 up, but Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay are 1 up. So maybe if they can salvage 1 point out of this, it won't be all hope is lost. But not great.
Not great. There's your golf update with Jackson.
But you know who is great? The people at Callier and Thompson.
Oh, they're absolutely great, yeah. They don't do a lot of work in Europe. They're mostly on American soil, which is fine by me.
Yeah.
You'd like to do something to your house, get it spruced up a little bit. Callier and Thompson is definitely the place to go. It's hard to know who you can trust, really, to be in your home for a certain period of time, who's going to be there to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available for you. In case you need to make any changes, the Collier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than a job. They take great pride in the work that they do. Collier and Thompson's core values are summed up by just simply doing the right thing for the customer. It may cost them a little extra time and dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. These people are simply the best in town. They've been doing it since the 1950s. Their employees, all of them right there in-house, all of them that do the work, all the carpenters and the electricians and the plumbers, you name it, they got it all. More than 165 years of combined experience. Bob Strati, Carolyn Beer, the owners, they've been there more than 20 years. They'd love to show you around their showroom there on Manchester in Baldwin. It's got more than 10,000 square feet, more than 20 kitchen displays. You can get some great ideas. They'll go over everything that you would want, ask them questions, fire or whatever you want at them. They've got all the answers because they've seen it all, they've done it all, and they've just done fantastic work all over the St. Louis area for many, many years. That's Collier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Doug, Peg is short for Margaret. Think about it.
Yes.
Speaking of pegged, how's Kai doing? Didn't Sweet Sweet Kai move back?
Not yet. Not yet, but he will be coming back this fall.
Guys, I'm not a Michaelis apologist, but no doubt he was tipping his pitches that last game at Wrigley. What did he give up, like 5 homers?
Yeah, he got
innings
smoked.
Or something?
Absolutely smoked. How cool would this have been if, like, both the Cardinals and Cubs were vying for that third wild card and kind of came down to this weekend in Chicago?
Oh, it would have been great.
I mean, how cool would that have been?
If just the Cardinals were vying for it, it would have been great.
That's what Wayno kind of said earlier in the season. He's like, my bet would be that final series in Chicago, that would be a big series because it would have major playoff implications. Did not pan out.
No, it didn't. Car Wash Dave would like a copy of that song that was played. How do the listeners, if you have AI songs?
That was from Rogers and Hammertoe, which I believe he puts up on his own YouTube channel, Rogers and Hammertoe.
So they can Google.
I believe that's the case. Rogers and Hammertoe. Reach out to me if that's correct.
Corner Drugstore is the answer. Max Lieber, that was the name I was going for. A number of people texted it in, and somebody said he was my cousin.
Oh, really?
And he said, yes, he was from St. Louis. It was Max Lieber, the corner drugstore, and he would be on the nightly news. He would do a little, and Doug, he was, chained to the news desk at Channel 4, so he couldn't even leave that cubicle?
Yeah, they don't let pharmacists just roam around free.
I did a quick YouTube search.
Free range?
Free-range pharmacists, they don't exist.
Rogers and Hammertoe does have their own YouTube page, and We'll Get Your Asses Next Year is the latest drop on there.
And that's what it's called? We'll Get Your Asses Next Year.
Yeah.
Name of the song. And the great actor that was in Princess Bride and My Dinner with Andre.
Wallace Shawn.
Somebody just texted in the word inconceivable.
Yeah,
which would be a great drop on this show when you start talking about, could the Cardinals make a run? Inconceivable. Will they spend money this offseason?
Yeah.
Inconceivable.
What was Joe Buck's tagline for the offseason? Offseason 2024, we're sitting this one out.
Sitting this one out.
Yeah.
And at the time, that was before, it was pre-Hellman.
Yeah. We probably had him on at that time to talk about the Hoosiers, right? College football playoff.
Yeah.
Imagine. He called in on my birthday, too.
Oh, did he?
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
It's a treat for you.
It was.
Was that live? Who was on tape? Oh, Floyd Irons, my wife, and Josh Schertz were
the cameos.
The trifecta, the cameo calls.
Yeah.
And then Joe was, and then he rattled off his favorite producers of all time.
Yeah. Well,
and then he kept forgetting to mention you, I think.
Which stung a little.
It stung, it hurt. TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen. You can text in this show. 399-9646. It's the Air Comfort Service text line. Call in. Nobody's called. We need a first Friday call.
It's the Mark Hanna 9 o'clock hour, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Give us a call, Callyer and Thompson phone line.
What are you most fired up about? Because there's the Ryder Cup, and now some of the sizzles being extinguished early here. It's still Cards Cubs. It's at Wrigley. We got afternoon baseball coming your way. College football is probably the answer, even for this audience, but I think even for people who are not diehards, because you have monster games like Georgia and Alabama, like Penn State, Oregon. Big game, James Franklin, a lot of pressure on him at Penn State.
It's a really interesting game because neither team will be out of contention by any means if they lose it, and Oregon's kind of free rolling because they're going to be going in on maybe the hardest environment in college football, Penn State whiteout. But if they can win that game, they're pretty much cemented into the college football playoff. And then if Penn State can win that game, it would get the monkey off James Franklin's back of you can't win the big game. So even though I wouldn't say this is a monumental stakes game, it does have some really interesting narratives attached to it.
You guys need a guest pharmacist today. Yeah, call in. This is the texter, unnamed texter, that said my wife and I are both avid TMA listeners. Both are pharmacists. We could lose our jobs to AI, but then can we have Jackson's job? Because it can't be that hard. I disagree. What Papers does over there with the buttons, the drops, and the constant abuse that comes with it.
Yeah.
The
latter is much more tough to deal with. The buttons, I could teach. I could teach the buttons, but I can't teach these scars, man. You just got to wear them.
Phone line wide open there, brought to you by our friends at Callyer and Thompson. 314-974-0101. The offer's still out there as well for a Yale alum. Where we found out we've got a lot of pharmacists allegedly listening. We haven't really found anybody that went to Yale.
Bill DeWitt III went to Yale.
Yeah, I don't know if he's listening. His dad went to Yale. That's how this all started. Because Chaim Bloom went to Yale, the DeWitts went to Yale, and on Tuesday, the three of them will be on the dais. And I even said this to Mo there. I said, that's a lot of Yale.
Should we do a remote in New Haven?
I thought you meant to the press conference on Tuesday.
No.
If I set the over-under at 2.5 for Ivy League listeners right now.
I'll take the over.
Go over?
Yeah.
Ivy League?
Cornell.
I'll take the over.
Colgate.
I'll take the under. Brown, Dartmouth, Princeton.
Yeah.
Penn.
Jeffco.
Merrimack.
I'm taking the over.
Yeah,
I think right now somebody's driving around.
Is Colgate in Ivy League?
I don't think so.
I said Cornell. Did I add? I think
you said Colgate. Columbia for sure. I think Colgate is a really good school, like an Ivy League equivalent, but I'm not sure if it's in the Ivy League.
That's where all the toothpaste comes from.
Don't let anyone tell you ever lost your fastball, Doug. No, Colgate is not an Ivy League school.
But it should be just with the name alone.
It's what they call a hidden Ivy.
What's the location on that?
WashU would be like a hidden Ivy. What's up?
What's the location on Colgate?
It's in New York. Colgate University is in Madison County, New York.
You know who went to Cornell? Elliot Davis.
Did he?
The buzzer guy. That was referenced earlier. Somebody wanted us to, they were done with Joey Vitale, and they said, give him the Elliot Davis treatment.
I still wish Joey was on hold or on the phone lines. And
I kept thinking he was gone. He was still there.
Colgate's right by, it's pretty close to Syracuse.
Martin, any grease monkey can push buttons and give poor Wes Anderson takes. That's from Dale in Grubville, and that's a shot.
That's true, though.
Papers.
It's true. Can't argue it.
I wonder if AI will ever take the on-air jobs like this.
Hope not.
Just have computers spitting hot takes.
I wouldn't listen.
Could happen.
I like the human element, man. I like the idea that something could be messed up.
AI's not going to drop that Colgate humor on us like you did.
It'd be tough.
It's true.
Be tough to replicate that.
Yeah, that was your A stuff right there. That was like Miles Michaels being able to locate. Just throwing change-ups along the way.
Oh. All right, we got a break, and 10 o'clock hour, Tim Convy is going to stop by. He's got a new special that's dropped. We will continue to monitor. We're waiting for that Yale. Well, again, we're opening it to all. We're not discriminating. You don't have to go to Yale if you're an Ivy League alum. I think what's more likely is somebody's listening and their kid probably goes to an Ivy League school.
Yeah, that could be the case.
If I had to wager, that would be the most likely.
The best of us.
It's TMA, the morning after. Oh, get those emails in as well. Email of the day. Kurt's going to Venmo you $10 if you win. Email of the day. It's the Design email of the day. We'll do that at the end of the 10 o'clock hour right here on TMA.
I've kind of lost the plot on the music theme.
That's all right. Great Bill Withers.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Can't go wrong, really. Did he do Lean on Me as well? Is that Bill Withers? Or did he do a version?
King did Stand By Me.
Yeah, but Lean on Me. Wasn't that also Bill Withers?
Yeah.
Did Lovely Day.
Yeah, that too. But Lean on Me was the only song I could play on the saxophone.
You played the saxophone?
In middle school. I was really bad. My parents made me practice outside.
Oh.
Because you were bad or because you just didn't like
we
the
didn't
noise?
live in a very massive house, so if I played, it was going to fill the home. And so they're like, yeah, backyard, nice day out.
What did the neighbors think of the racket?
Eventually, I just stopped practicing.
Yeah, gave it up.
And then I would fake it during the concerts.
Mm-hmm.
I would move,
did you get graded
move my
on
fingers for sure. Well, you had to like practice and like do like your parents signed like a practice record thing.
Yeah, I did that with a clarinet.
Yeah,
and I had such buck teeth. I wore grooves into the mouthpiece.
Yeah, you didn't have the right embouchure.
Clearly not.
No, but I would fake it during the
I would
concert.
think the sax or the clarinet could give you buck teeth. Right?
Same it for 10 too.
No, I'm clearing the deck.
No, it's true, though.
Guys, I went to Southern Illinois University of Carbondale. That's the Harvard of the Midwest. So there's your Ivy League listener, guys.
Go Salukis.
Guys, I went to the Yale of St. Charles County. I don't know what that is. That Lindenwood?
Yeah, I'd say it is.
Martin, where's Sterling or Baby O? Never thought you'd turn into begging for calls guy. Which is true. We were begging for. I'm not even. It's not even plural. We wanted one person.
One pharmacist or one Yale
adjacent.
grad. Yeah.
We've even.
Honestly,
Ivy League adjacent.
if you live in Connecticut, just call it out.
If you live in Connecticut.
Yeah. Or really, New England in general.
Guys, I went to Cornell. You might have heard of me. That's Broccoli Rob. Says he went to Cornell.
Office reference.
Mm-hmm. I have a JD. I think that's the legal degree, right?
Mm-hmm.
From Penn. Suck it, Doug. That's from Dale and Grubville. He's an attorney.
UPenn would probably be the Ivy League school I would pick.
UPenn. Sound like
Here in Philadelphia, most of these Ivy League schools are in really tiny little towns. Not much going on.
Harvard's in Boston. Columbia's in New York.
Harlem.
Brown's in Providence.
Yeah. That Brown would be interesting.
New York and Boston aren't big enough for
Well,
you?
Harlem and Cambridge. You're not going to school in
Harlem?
Chelsea. That's where Columbia is.
Well, it's still New York City.
Yeah, but yes, it's still in New York City, but it's not like the world's greatest area of New York City. Not the worst area.
Harvard's a nice area.
Cambridge is very nice, yes.
Can we get the clip of the announcer getting smoked by the hockey puck? I need to hear Doug's infectious wheeze.
Well, I don't
Begging
know.
for drops.
We have to have that again.
I went to Yale. I'm sorry, I meant jail.
I thought I might go to jail yesterday.
Ooh, whoa, story time.
Wow.
I had young Gordy with me, his grandson, 20 months, walking everywhere, running everywhere, talks a tiny little bit. I was in the Kirkwood Farmers Market, and I'm holding his hand. I just got to pick up a couple things. Just need here's apples. I'll have to put a couple apples in the bag. I let go of his hand, for 5 seconds. Then I turn around and hear a crash. He has picked up a ceramic pumpkin and dropped it on the ground. Shattered the thing.
No. That's going to pull out that little credit card.
I had to pay for it.
How much? What was that running you?
$8.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
I thought for a second it was going to be like a sculpture of some kind, and then the artist made it.
Yeah. And then I turned around again to finish the apples, and he had something else in his hand. He's got a squirrel.
He has a squirrel?
He's got a squirrel, but it was plastic or something.
He was holding a live squirrel. That'd be a problem.
I don't know that I could bring myself to do it, but hearing stories like that makes those kids on leashes seem like a way.
Yeah. I might have purchased a leash right there. And went to Chick-fil-A, and he said, ice cream. I said, well, that was so cute. I got to get him ice cream. He gets the ice cream cone. It's on the side of his face. It's on my pants. It's on the table. He almost dropped. Caught it on the way to the ground. With no more ice cream. Can we get a straitjacket for this child? I can't handle it.
I would always tell the kids, why don't you get it in a cup? Oh, I want a cone. I'm like, yeah, get in a cup. I'm like, but that's no fun.
Oh, yeah.
He started biting the bottom of the cone. It dripped out of the bottom of the cone.
I was really bad with ice cream and like popsicles as a kid that I would have to eat them outside, much like playing the saxophone. Outside.
You spent a lot of time outside.
I eat them outside shirtless, too. Like, couldn't wear my shirt.
Because you were going to make
it would get
popsicle stain.
You were a topless saxist?
No. When I was a really little kid and I would eat a popsicle, I'd have to take my shirt off.
Because your parents didn't want you to ruin your clothing.
Yeah, because most of it was already
like a red popsicle just all over that.
It would be
t-shirt.
literally all over my chest. I'd take a shower
fast
after.
tongue.
What would that sound like, Doug?
Guys, I have a cousin that's a pharmacist trying to get him to call in, but he is chained to his desk and therefore can't reach the
phone. But they have that. We know they have that incredible phone with the shoulder rest thing.
Do not let them out. And you can't get back there either, locked up.
Oh, yeah. That's big security there.
Doug, I'll come by the station. I'll clean out your car. It's from Car Wash Dave, so I'm thinking it might be a legit offer.
Oh, sure.
Because his name is
detailing.
Car Wash Dave.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I need a free car wash because I'm out $8 from the ceramic pumpkin that was broken.
Harlem's amazing. It shows that you guys don't get to NYC.
I've been to Harlem. I mean,
hasn't it had a big revival?
It's more like Morningside Heights, which is it's nice. It's
Didn't it have
Upper
a big
West Side.
revival
Yeah, I was
last-
wrong. Columbia's in a cool area. It's a very historic, cool area.
Do you scold the kid when he knocks over the pumpkin?
Not when they're a year and a half old.
Doesn't do much good then?
No.
Browbeat him.
He moved right onto the squirrel.
Rub his nose in it?
No, I didn't do that. Guy hustled over there and cleaned it up, and then...
Now we're back to the GPAs.
Yeah.
Didn't make it to the Ivy Leagues. Got a bachelor's in accounting and associates in engineering science with a 3.91. That's from Dirk 3K. We're back to reading people's GPAs.
Which I like.
How did it start? We just referenced Yale, and we just couldn't get off.
I think Doug asked what kind of GPA would you need to get into Yale. We all agreed 4.0 or better you need to get in.
Yeah, and it would help if you had a relative who went there, if you were a legacy.
A lot of extracurriculars, probably a lot of charitable work. Yeah, you'd have to be like a one of one
You have
in
to
a
really,
big school.
really take some liberties with the resume.
Yeah.
And probably have a connection.
It couldn't hurt. Yeah, it couldn't hurt though. It always helps to have a connection. It's not about what you know, Martin. It's about who you know.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a boring sweatshirt if it just said Brown. like
Brown
Yale,
Bears.
Yale, Harvard kind of jumps out at you like Brown. Like what, the color? You're supporting the color?
And they don't even use brown as their color.
Really?
Is that right?
Don't they? Aren't they red?
Brown? They might have red in it, but I would assume brown. That would be kind of crazy.
Or is it? Yeah, and Bowling Green's not red. Not green.
They're not green. That's brown
They're
and like red. Like yeah.
Well, what's brown's colors?
Brown and red.
Okay, it was Bowling Green that I was upset with.
Not the world's greatest color combination, I would say. Brown
That's a
and red.
rare combo.
Yeah, not great.
No.
Did Gordy have the remote in his hand, Doug? They'd like
He
to
stole
know.
the remote.
That remote's gone.
That thing is gone.
Long gone. It's
I
probably
don't
in
know
the
what he's done
sewer.
with it.
You're just kind of letting this kid do whatever he wants, and I'm not a
Isn't
fan
that kind
of
of the
it.
life of a grandparent?
There's a reason why you're supposed to have your kids when you're about 20 years old.
Right.
You just can't keep up with them.
You're not built for it anymore.
We need Doug to pull a De Niro.
I can't imagine having 2 or 3, and I did. I had 3 of them.
Yeah.
And somehow it didn't seem like it's as difficult as it is now.
Well, you're a pull yourself up by the bootstraps kind of guy.
Yeah.
Get the job done no matter how.
I'd tell them, go and pick your switch. That got him in order.
Oh, Lord.
I went to the Yale of locksmith schools. I don't know what the...
You go to
makes
school for a
locks.
locksmith? Is that
A lot of locks are made by a company named Yale.
Oh, really?
That's the joke
Oh,
there.
that was a joke.
Wow, you got there.
Wow.
After the Colgate thing, I wouldn't have anticipated that.
Big comeback for me.
This stalling to the next guest, random guest, is tremendous. Is that what this segment is called?
No.
Stalling to the next
Spinning
guest?
our wheels.
Is that different than clearing the deck?
Yeah, it's spinning our wheels.
I imagine if you were to go to Yale or any Ivy League school, you'd make all kinds of fantastic connections.
100%.
With people whose fathers are big deals and can land you that first gig.
For sure. Yeah. That's a good
But
call.
that didn't work for us either. I guess it worked for Tim.
Right.
And you know, Chaim Bloom, one of his assistants, this Rob Surfolio, Surf they call him, came from Cleveland, younger guy who's running the player development, also went to Yale.
Oh, did he really?
There you go.
Wow.
So if you're applying for a job down at the Cardinals right now, I would say fudge the old resume.
Yeah.
And just add, okay, sure, I went to Carbondale, but I got an associate's degree from Yale.
I think you can get they're like Harvard business extension courses that aren't that crazy
Chris
expensive.
Gardner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great Chris Gardner
Yes.
did an online class because he wanted to tell people
He went to Harvard.
he wants to go to like alumni events and say, hey, how are you? Chris Gardner. I'm
Right.
fellow alum.
Yeah.
Because he did the online
It's like an
class.
extension, and it's like
Yes.
a couple grand.
It says Yale's looking for a GPA of at least a 4.0 and an ACT between 33 and 35.
Oh, my
And
God.
36 is perfect, right?
36 is perfect. 35.
But do you need that kind of degree to be able to identify baseball players?
No.
Does it require an Ivy League degree to be a good judge of who's going to play baseball?
Of course not. But for some
Hey, it
analytics
never
stuff,
hurts.
business, yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with going to one of the best institutions in America.
No.
Martin, we want to hear more from Doug. You keep cutting him off. That's from Dave Hay.
No, you don't.
Doug, did you collect the $8 from your son?
I will when he's older. I'll make him cut the grass or something.
You didn't take it from your son,
Well,
John.
not Gordy,
Not yet.
but Gordy's dad.
Oh, I have not. No.
Bill him.
Invoice.
Good idea. Yeah.
Drop the kid off with an invoice. The end of babysitting.
Yeah.
I mean, he had it for 2 seconds. That's all it was. 2 seconds.
Yeah. Did they upsell you when they got this ceramic
No,
pumpkin?
the guy who came to sweep it up checked the little broken piece that had the price tag on it. He said, "Oh, yeah, that'll be $8."
You know where they don't upsell you either is Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Well,
Doug.
they would never do that.
Let them
No,
know about it,
no.
Doug. Let them know.
A couple times I picked up furnaces and dropped them, but they haven't broken. So I've not had to pay, and Design Air won't make you pay for anything you don't want or you don't need. They are great at coming out and servicing your air conditioner or your furnace before there's a big problem. That's the wise thing to do. Schedule a service now. When it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name that's been around longer than all of us. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904. More than a century of keeping St. Louis homes comfortable and customers happy. Not just another HVAC company, they also happen to be the longest running sponsor on TMA, and we certainly appreciate their loyalty. From Seth Goldcamp, who runs that fourth generation family owned business at Design Air, they believe in the honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and of course, home of the handsome repairman. Ask for Larry, the Silver Fox.
From the 3 and 4, what do you need a pharmacist for? I tuned in late. I'm one. And the answer is, I don't remember.
We just kind of want to talk it over with you.
We would like to talk a little shop.
We want some logistics.
It's kind of just, do you get bored always working behind the counter?
Yeah, Doug is concerned that the pharmacist doesn't get out often. They're kind of just saddled with sort of a routine.
What if you lose count too? Like, what if it's like a 2-month refill and it's 60 pills and you halfway through, rats. You got to start over.
Mm-hmm.
So feel free to call in. We'd like to do a little vetting of the industry, really, I would say.
Get a comprehensive look.
That'll close out the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. It's now into the 10 o'clock hour. You're tuned to TMA on 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autos Plex. Blues hockey right here on 101 ESPN. That's going to be tomorrow evening as Blues Blackhawks pregame at 5 p.m. and that puck will drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Night moves.
Is it still songs from Martin?
Yeah,
I like Bob Seger.
Sure. I don't know anyone that doesn't like night moves. This is just a good, easy listening to tune.
A little too tall, could have used a few pounds.
Yeah, it's just, who can't relate?
Far from it. Think about it, Doug.
I'm trying to think, is he still alive? He's still with us? Still performing?
Yeah. Well, I think he came through St. Louis in the last year or two, and it was his farewell tour.
Yeah.
Probably pushing 80 at this point.
Mount Rushmore of guys who go by Bob.
No.
Not by Robert, not by Bobby.
Bob Hope.
Bob Hope.
Bob Newhart.
Bob Saget. Yeah. May he rest in peace.
Yeah.
And then Seeger.
Bob Dole.
Bob Dole.
I'm Bob Dole. Bob Dole.
Bob Dole doesn't like this.
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross.
Bob Barker.
I think Bob is more prominent than Robert or Bobby.
Yeah. Yeah. People going by Robert or going by Bobby.
Did I tell you the first time I ever met Bob Costas, I called him Bobby? I was a college kid, and I was interning in St. Louis, and I was at the Cardinal game, interning for Channel 11 until we get press passes, and I was with Cousin John. We're in the Busch Stadium press box, and Costas called the game on KMOX. I was going into my senior year. I'm like, I got to get some career advice. And he's leaving. Remember, Doug, the old press box, there's an elevator right next to as you left the press box, you would immediately get on an elevator and leave. So I was missing my chance, and Cousin John, he's like, go. So to get his attention, he's about to get on the elevator. I yelled, Bobby. And I was a 21-year-old college kid.
How'd that go over?
He just kind of turned around, I think a little bit stunned. And I said, hey, just looking for some career advice. And the old I'm sure he thought he was being attacked.
What advice did you get? Do you remember?
I do remember.
What advice can a guy give you when you got 5 seconds of his time?
I said I'm going to be in the elevator and they're holding it from Mr. Costas.
Don't call me Bobby would be his first piece of advice.
Don't harass network talent while getting on an elevator. No, I remember specifically he said, when you get out of school, take whatever job you can get. He said, even if it's reading the hog reports in Iowa, take the job, and then you'll become friends with your boss, and then ask if you can call some games. Next thing you know, you're doing the play-by-play for the local, football games and all of that. He said, just get yourself in the door. That's the number one thing, is to get it, says a guy who started his career.
He didn't have to do any of that.
KMOX, which he acknowledges many times over that it was rare to start that way. But he was right. And so, of course, I got out of school, Doug, and I said, I don't want to take any job. I'm going to just get a sports job. And then I waited months and months and months till I got a job in Flagstaff, Arizona. I didn't take his advice, which was probably a mistake. And it took long.
Well, Flagstaff is okay. That's a small market.
Small market, absolutely.
It's not exactly starting in LA or something.
Hired over the phone.
Is that in Northern Arizona?
It is. It's, in fact, the home to Northern Arizona University,
right.
Which is the alma mater for the Warson Woods Wacko.
Oh, yeah, right.
And Andy Strickland.
Yeah. Nice. What a 1-2 punch right there.
How about that? We'll take your lumberjack calls. They have a giant Paul Bunyan statue.
Is that what they are, the lumberjacks?
They are the lumberjacks. Giant statue outside the football stadium. Is that the walk-up Sky Dome, Doug?
I don't know what it is.
I was doing some quiz the other day about common college mascots, there's a lot of tigers and wildcats and bulldogs, and I expected that. Some of the more popular ones, there's 4 or 5 different Aggies, which I didn't know, and then there's also 4 different Golden Eagles. Marquette being one of them.
There's a lot of Golden Eagles. It's so generic.
Boston College, are they the Golden Eagles?
Yeah.
I think are they just the Eagles?
I think they might just be the Eagles. There was more Golden Eagles than regular Eagles. It was wild.
I hate that name. Marquette people hate the name.
Well, because it used to be the Warriors.
The Warriors.
Right.
And then the Jesuit president at the time said it was offensive, and then people said, no, look at the old student newspaper. It was changed from the Marquette Avalanche, the Golden Avalanche, not just Avalanche. They changed it to Warriors, they said, as like an homage to Native Americans. And then years later, you can't be called the Warriors. What is offensive about the Warriors? So most Marquette people still wear gear that says.
I saw when I was up there last year. I saw a lot of Marquette Warriors gear.
I like the nickname Boston Terriers.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Bob Marley, Bob Knight, Bob Dylan.
But he went by
Bob Gibson.
Bobby Knight. Like people would call him Bobby Knight.
True.
People would call him Bobby Knight.
What up, Knight?
Yeah.
That's what led to his downfall. Somebody
he couldn't contain himself after that.
Yeah, it was over.
Jackson says 10 times a day to me. What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up? Bob De Niro, except nobody calls him Bob De Niro.
People call him Bobby.
People's inability to follow simple directions is just astonishing.
Scorsese always calls
sounds like a school teacher talking.
It could be greatest athletes from St. Louis, and people would type in, you didn't mention Michael Jordan. From St. Louis. Marley, duh.
Yeah, he'd be way up there.
We should have said Bob Gibson since he's from
absolutely.
All right.
It's too many. There's too many of that one. It's too common a name.
Did you say you were down a rabbit hole looking at just nicknames for
There's
mascots?
an app, like a sports quiz app, and that was one of the quizzes was like common names, and I had guessed a ton of them right. And because
Seems like there's
easy.
a lot of Tigers, too.
Tigers is the second most popular. Wildcats. No, I think Tigers was the most popular. Wildcats second. Cougars way up there, but then like Huskies is up there. Bulldogs. Bulldogs is actually the most common. I've said 3 different ones the most common, but Bulldogs is the final answer.
Which one was the most common, Jackson?
It's Bulldogs. Bulldogs is the most common. I always thought
that and Tigers.
But then Aggies. The fact there's 5 Aggies.
That surprises
Utah
me.
State's the Aggies. Texas A&M's the Aggies.
Because it's a nickname for agriculture, right?
Right. Right.
I bet they don't name anybody Bulldogs anymore. Because if you're a girl playing on a girl team, you don't want to be on the Lady Bulldog. That's not very.
Shout out to my people, my folks in Centralia, Illinois, where part of my family lives and is
the
from.
orphans.
The orphans and the girls' teams are the Orphan Annies.
Didn't Freeburg have a interesting mascot?
Freeburg Midgets.
Yeah. They still get away with it somehow.
They fight for it. Effingham Flaming Hearts. Teotopoulos Wooden Shoes. There's a lot of fun ones in them.
And the pharmacy school in town has a really unique.
Yeah, it's some sort of like not dissimilar to a Gorlock. It's something like that. STL Cup.
The
Eutonics or
the tectonic plates?
Eutectic.
Something
what does that word mean?
I saw that and immediately thought I was going to struggle with that.
What does the word mean? It must have
It's a
something to do with
scientific term that also metamorphically represents the university's athletic program. I did not tell you any information there.
Relating or denoting to a mixture of substances that melts and solidifies at a single temperature that is lower than the melting points of the separate constituents or other mixture of them. Boy, we would not have made it in pharmacy school.
Yeah. And his name is Morty. And
from
it's
Mortar and Pestle?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Friend of the show, Ben Boyd, the great Ben Boyd, said he went to Boston. He's a terror. And he said, we raced all the Ivy League schools in rowing in college.
Crew, yeah.
I didn't know we had Ben's a D. Smet Spartan. I didn't know that he was a rower, or maybe he wasn't.
Okay, then.
All right. Well, we've pretty much hammered out that topic.
Well,
Tim Convy coming in.
On deck. Yeah, you think we're just like stalling for our next
spinning
guest?
our wheels?
No. There's actually material and content, and we've got a guest, and that's next right here on TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. AutoLoanPro.com is the website to head to. I was on the Joey V delay there.
That's all good.
It was the Joey V delay.
It's all good.
You said to me 10 seconds earlier. 10 seconds? Yep. And then I looked away at something on my phone. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Martin Kilcoyne here for our friends at Auto Loan Pro. Check them out online at AutoLoanPro.com. Here's the deal. You're going to get a new car, and you can get your credit back on track all in one spot. AutoLoanPro.com. Because anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders, so they're going to get you the best rate possible. Little to no money down. They're able to do this despite your situation. No matter what your circumstances are, they're going to get you that vehicle, also help you get your credit back on track, And they'll do that when you download the free playbook, a chance for you to learn how the credit industry works. Get yourself the car of your choice in the future. You're learning, getting the new car, all of it one spot. AutoLoanPro.com. They are part of the Lita family. Making that large purchase can get complicated. Auto Loan Pro will walk you through the entire process. Financing that car, only one thing to know, and that is to choose the pro, the Auto Loan Pro. Ten o'clock hour on TMA. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman's here. Tim's out. It's his birthday on Saturday. He's spending the weekend in Vegas. He said he was going to spend the entire weekend in a hotel room with the blinds drawn, just watching Ryder Cup and college football. Pretty exciting for his wife.
Yeah. But we got a different Tim
big
here.
Trip to Vegas. Yes, we have a different Tim. Are you going to do your list of favorite Tims? Jackson likes a good list. Tim Convy is here.
Thank you.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I don't know if you're familiar with Hubbard Radio. We have multiple stations here up and down the aisle.
I saw that lovely complex you guys have here. It's really, really nice. Am I top 5 on the Tims?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Tim McKernan, Tim Convy.
Tim Conway.
Tim Conway.
That's old
Tim
school.
Meadows.
Meadows is a good
Are we
one.
doing comedians?
Tim McKernan.
Yeah, senior. We can put senior on there.
And junior.
Are you? I know it's a little different, but are you a Chalamet guy? You strike me as a Chalamet guy.
But he's
Timothy.
He's Timotei.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and doesn't go by Tim. So
right.
Does he get
can't
mad
make the
if people
list.
call him Tim?
Apparently, his parents get mad if people call him Tim.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Well, it's not really their business.
Well, it's like they're a French family. It's very French. Timothy. But he says,
don't give us that.
That's what he said. He said, because my last name is Chalamet, I can't then make people call me Timotei. He's one or the other.
No one's going to call him that.
You're a big Chalamet guy, it turns out.
I watch a lot of, I see a lot of his work.
I too.
Yeah, why not?
Totally agree.
But you have your own work.
Yeah,
you have your own work.
It's
I got some
exciting.
work,
You get big news. This is pretty cool. Tell
Yeah.
folks that have heard you from the Courtney Show and seen you perform. We've actually got breaking news here.
Breaking news. I have my first comedy special. It's a little mini special. It's out. Yeah, keep that going.
Oh, the applause are building.
It is. It came out 2 hours ago. Nate Bargatze produced it, and it is on his YouTube channel. So it's free. It's short. It is less than 15 minutes. And it's just been out for a few hours.
Yeah, Nate Land Entertainment on YouTube.
Yeah.
How'd you get associated? How'd you guys get affiliated with Nate?
So I met Nate years ago just in comedy, and then he, in the last few years, as he's grown to be the size that he is, has kind of invested in sort of building this network. Nate does clean comedy, so he's putting out clean comedy specials and podcasts. I have a podcast on his network as well, and so he asked me to do this new one, and I was like, yeah, it's probably time to put something out finally, and with him was a great opportunity. So here we are.
And you do clean comedy, or do you get in the dirt and roll around?
I'm pretty clean. So on this special, I'm completely clean. That's the whole brand. Anything you see on that Nate Land is stuff, and it's not clean like it's cheesy or for children.
Preachy, yeah.
The idea is just you can watch it with your kids in the room. Like you don't have to freak out if your kids are in the car or anything
Kind of like this
that.
show.
Right? Yeah.
Unlike this show.
We would be right on there.
Yeah.
Unlike this show.
So it's we kind of naturally am sort of like that, and then and for this, there's maybe a few things if you see me live that I wouldn't have done on a Nate Land show that I would do, but I'm a far cry from being dirty for sure.
But I would think it's a huge bonus now with comedy to get online. So if you go to another town, people have seen you. Otherwise, I've always wondered, like, how did they sample your work? Because we weren't playing comedy clips on the radio that much back in the day, right? I'm just saying now with social media, they can sample your work right now in Cleveland and in Alabama and wherever. Right. So then when you go to those towns, oh, yeah, I've heard him, or I can click
you can
here.
sell some tickets and stuff. So the business is sort of changing into more that. For a long time, and it was pretty cool. Comedy clubs, people would just go because you just expected them to have a great comic, whether it was a guy with credits or not. Maybe it's somebody who had been on The Tonight Show at some point, or he had some HBO thing at some point, but you just trusted you're going to go to the comedy club and have a good time. Now more and more it is sort of the destination, just like a concert. No one goes to the pageant just for the heck of it. You go depending on who's there, and comedy's kind of shifting towards that. So to have stuff online where people can see it and buy tickets is beneficial.
To that point, anytime I'm scrolling TikTok, I see a lot of stand-up stuff, but it almost always seems like it's mostly crowd work. Do you see that? And based on your reaction, you kind of share my same thing where it's like, is this all we're doing now? Is just kind of waiting for someone to heckle?
It's shifted so much. Crowd work clips, for obvious reasons.
Right. Because you never know what you're going to see.
Right. Exactly. It's exciting to watch online, but unfortunately, so many people kind of think that's what comedy is, so they'll show up fully expecting that. And then the other problem, even in these, big clubs in L.A., in New York, where all the best comedians are working who then go tour, they are going up, setting up a camera, and just hoping something happens because that's sort of the way to break. You see, Matt Rife was just here and played an arena,
right?
And nothing against him as a comedian at all, but it was all purely from crowd work clips. Right. So other people see that and they're like, I'm going to post me doing crowd work and hope that something happens, more so than a well-crafted joke somebody's been working on for 2 years. So it's not a good or bad thing. It's just that's what has become comedy.
Do they ever put plants in the crowd?
I was about to say.
I think some people do.
They've got to.
I would think some people are doing it.
But at the same time, if you've been doing comedy long enough, pretty much everybody can handle some crowd work, and you just see people leaning into it more and more. Yes, without a doubt, I think some people are doing it, and I've seen a little bit of it, but it's a fairly, I think for the most part, comedians have been doing it a long time, think of it as a fairly easy, almost disposable sort of skill, and yet that's what's driving so much of the market right now, so to speak.
And so crowd work is just simply, forgive me for not knowing the lexicon of the industry. Crowd is just when you get into it with a heckler, kind of go back and forth and mock the person, or
so it could be a heckler. Best case scenario, it's organic where you're doing your act and then somebody says something and then you address that and it turns into a funny exchange. But some guys will just go up and go, "Hey man, where are you from?" Or what do you do? What do you do for a living? Tell me about that shirt you're wearing. We'll sort of pick it and then do it. And you see a lot of guys who have kind of canned things. They're going to pick the guy with an interesting shirt and they're going to say this, this, and this. So it seems spontaneous and isn't necessarily, which is a skill in itself.
How did it start for you? Were you the class clown? Did you get in trouble telling jokes?
I did a lot of that. I got in trouble in school and had a hard time being.
Have you done a lot of prison time?
Yeah, I did.
Just got off of a little run.
Yeah, a 10-year run. It was.
What do they call it? A turn?
Yeah, going to college.
Yeah, I couldn't think of the right thing. No prison time. But all those things certainly growing up. And then I started later in life. So I didn't start until I was 34. I had been doing music full time. And then my band ended and it was, what am I going to do? I met Nikki Glazer in New York and we became friends. And at the time I was single, I'd go on dates. And I'd come back and tell her and my brother who were dating about these dates. And she'd laugh and go, you have to do stand-up. You have to do stand-up. And I was like, all right, if she thinks I should do it, I'll give it a shot. And kind of fell in love with it.
And she's real clean, too, that the kids can listen to in the car.
Squeaky clean. Yes. No, she's the other end of that spectrum. My kind of mentors in this are opposite ends of the spectrum with, Greg Warren and Nate being on the very clean side and then Nikki doing what she does.
Personality, right? Like, that's like, you can't just it's probably hard, I would assume, to decide I'm going to be a real dirty comic, I'm going to be really clean. Like, you kind of naturally fall into that, like with writing, I assume.
You're absolutely right. And in both those cases, I mean, Nate, that's kind of who Nate is.
Yeah.
He's not a particularly filthy, cursing person off stage. And Nikki, the topics she covers are the topics she likes to talk about in life. So you're absolutely right. It's very organic in both cases.
Like Saget was like the kind of change up there, right? Because he kind of presented himself as like this clean cut, but he was like the dirtiest of them all.
But hanging out with them, he was like that too. I think it was more the Full House role, playing Danny Tanner. The role, he was a good actor, and he was this kind of clean cut dad. That's how we all sort of perceived him. And so the idea that he then was pretty filthy, I think, worked.
That was the Joe Buck story. He took his daughters. They were like middle school, not middle age. I'm sorry, middle school. They were younger, because they loved Full House. And Bob Saget came to town, so he took his daughters to see. He said, "Oh my God!" And I was like, "F this, F that."
Probably like pre-hard internet, where you could like find out way beforehand.
Like, oh, the guy from Full House. Oh, the girls will love it. And it's like, oh, God. Didn't do your homework, did you? Got to do the show prep.
I think a lot of those shows at that time, that's what you kind of felt from the crowd. I did shows with Dustin Diamond from Saved by the Bell.
Oh, Screech. Been on this program.
It's Screech, and I've been watching him since I was a kid. And then he was filthy, and you just kind of feel the audience go, "Whoa!"
Yeah. Sometimes probably a little jarring.
Yes, absolutely.
What kind of dates were you going on that went so poorly that you got a career out of stand-up comedy out of it?
It's a great.
That led to a career in stand-up.
I don't know. I was living in New York and just doing my best out there, and it was rough. There were some rough ones.
Yeah.
Different priorities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
These dates you got off the website somewhere?
Doug's not letting this go.
No,
Tinder or Bumble or
that would have been pre-air.
I'm happily married now, and I was just kind of dating in New York City. I avoided the apps my entire life. I was never an app guy. Yeah.
All right.
I know.
Well, Kurt's going through that now, trying to find love.
Is that right?
So I walk in here at 6:50, 6:45 every day, and Doug is usually counseling Kurt on dating relationships.
Kind of your own little podcast.
The pool is shallow in this city.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Are you swiping? You're apping like crazy?
Like crazy would be maybe a little bit of an exaggeration, but yeah, I'm on there.
And then going out a lot too. And are you approaching?
I think the last time I counted, since I dove back into the dating world, I've been on 33 different dates with 33 different people. So we're
pretty good.
Wow.
And none of them struck your fancy.
Any second dates?
Yeah.
Okay.
A good couple handful. Those have had multiple dates, but nothing has stuck. And it's a cold world out there.
It is. I know. Don't force it. That's my advice.
Actually, I recently kind of was taking a little bit of a sabbatical.
Okay.
And that's when things seem to kind of pop up unexpectedly.
That's when they want you.
I was going to say, was that your choosing? It was sort of decided itself.
Well, my focus is on Bo Perbula right now. I don't have time for the stage stuff.
Tim Convy, that's the proud Mizzou alum.
Yeah, totally understandable there. Yeah, I'm a fan.
You've been watching all the games?
Love it.
Yeah, it's been great
excited.
so far.
Yeah, so excited.
Yeah.
Did you go to comedy clubs in college? Like, were you a fan of the industry? Or
not a ton?
You're doing music, right?
I went. Yeah, exactly. Music was my entire life, and so I liked the idea of comedy and was watching some on TV. But no, I hadn't set foot into the Funny Bone here in town in my life until I was planning on doing it. So it just wasn't. I like the idea of comedy, but not something I always want to do the same way that you're like, I'll skydive someday. But it wasn't like I wasn't one of those people that just couldn't get enough. And I think it was advantageous too to not start until a little later, where I had kind of some life experience and even experience on stage and stuff. I think it did me a favor.
And are you out traveling now? Do you hit the road at all? You like?
Yeah, a bunch. So
and then that becomes a topic too, doesn't it? Like when you're on the road, there's so many things happen. I always thought that the comedians on the Tonight Show talk about flying and airplanes, but that was their life. That's everything that happened to them.
That's everybody has something on airplanes because that's what they're all doing. So yeah, a lot. Next week I'm in Grand Rapids and Michigan, and then Toledo, Ohio. So I do a lot of dates with Greg Warren. So we'll go out together.
You do the podcast with him as well, right?
We do a podcast called The Consumers that's on the Nateland Network as well.
Tim McKernan's been on that.
He has a very, very popular episode.
Yeah.
He did Hostess
snack cakes.
And we found out he loved ding dongs, it turns out. Tim McKernan loves a good ding dong.
I'm a snowball guy. Hate to say it.
I can't do it.
I like coconut. Yeah, coconut.
Hostess cherry pies are fantastic.
Yep.
And there's only like 4,000 calories or something.
It's not bad at all.
It's all protein.
Not bad at all. McKernan's been on it for sure. So yeah, lots of road stuff coming up and kind of pushing this special. I'm looking forward to it.
And people can find that at Nateland.
Nateland Entertainment.
It just came out today.
Yeah, Nateland Entertainment on YouTube, and it's the video at the very top because it just came out this morning.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tim. It's really awesome.
Guys.
It's really awesome.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm excited, and good feedback so far. So we'll see. I'm bracing for trolls and all the negative things that people say.
Will you remember us when you become this big nationwide star?
Guys, I'm going to be here next week. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Hubbard
we get
alum.
left in the dust.
Yeah, proud alum.
Proud alum. Mizzou alum, Hubbard alum, Tim Convy. Check it out online. Tim, thanks so much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
The man, Tim.
Hey, guess what, Jackson? We're behind on the clock. Imagine that. Even with
crazy.
Tim gone, we just can't quite get it right.
Close,
it's the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA. George Harrison's birthday, Jackson.
It's not.
It's not.
It might be,
Okay.
actually.
Could
I don't
be.
know.
Who knows?
This is just, like I said, I lost the plot and the music theme. This is just my favorite song ever. So
I thought it was songs from Martin.
it was. And
For
again,
one song, was it?
I gave you a three. I think I gave you a 3-piece.
Did you?
He was born on February 25th and died on November 29th. So really, nothing at all.
Attacked in his home?
Is that how he died?
I don't know how he died. He was attacked.
Did he smoke like crazy? I thought that's how
He
died.
was attacked at one time.
I thought he got stabbed.
Yeah, but is that how he died?
I don't think
How
so.
do we not know this?
I don't know.
God, we don't know the years. We don't know the deaths.
We need a pharmacist to call in and tell us how George Harrison died.
We never got a pharmacist.
Well,
We
that'd
never
be the
got a
coroner.
Yale alum or even an Ivy League parent. We were begging for Ivy League. New segment
Not
on the
one.
show.
Not one in town.
No, he had brain tumor, lung tumor. He had lung cancer that spread to his brain.
And he's one of the traveling Wilburys, wasn't he?
What?
Gosh.
He was also stabbed at Friar Park in 1999, 2 years before his death. Oh, God. And he describes it in detail.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend reading. Not recommended reading.
No.
Not
Don't.
recommended.
Don't watch the Ryder Cup either. You'll be disappointed so far. It's been a tough day for the U.S. They lose the first 3 matches. McElroy and Fleetwood win 5-4. Hatton and Rahm 4-3. Fitzpatrick and Oberg. Is it Oberg? It's spelled
Oberg.
Aberg, but it's
spelled
Oberg.
Aberg,
It's
but
Oberg.
pronounced Oberg.
Oberg.
Ludwig.
Oberg 5-3. So the Scheffler team, Scheffler paired with Henley, they lose. And we're all square, Doug. You like all square.
Tied.
The last match
last
going on right
match.
now.
Yeah. They were up by 3 just about half an hour ago.
Through 16 holes, they're all square.
Yeah. 3 points to the European team right now, 0 to America. So need to get this one win out there and then try to regroup this afternoon.
So there's a chance that the trophy is going to go into a garage owned by a European.
Yeah.
And if that garage door doesn't open, they could call Schaefer Door. They might get out there. I don't know that they do a lot of business in Europe. I kind of doubt it. But they sure do business in St. Louis, have been for a long time now. It's Schaefer Door. Let me spell Schaefer for you because there seems to be some confusion. S-C-H-A-E-F-E-R. That's Schaefer. Spell it forward, spell it backwards. It'd give you 2 different words, so don't even try that. It's best to call them or text at 636-782-3608 if you have any kind of problem with your garage door. That'll get you the quickest response time. Or the website, schaeferdoor.com. They service all kinds of doors in your garage for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile, and they have that Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well. If you run a business or website with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members that work there, big enough for any kind of job, small enough that when you call, an actual person will be there to help you along. Service techs, not commission-based, so they're not going to try to sell you something you don't need. That's what they did when I came out. I didn't need a whole new door, just a strut. Thank you very much, Schaefer Door. My garage door works perfectly now, and I do appreciate that. The website again, schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
You know what garage is in French?
Garage.
Le garage.
Le garage.
That makes sense.
Jackson, hope you have a great weekend. Can't wait for Movie Boy tomorrow. M-I-Z.
Hell yeah, brother.
That?
Thank you.
Movie Boy,
Boogie Nights. Talking about Boogie Nights.
Which just came out this week.
With the great Rafe Williams, 1997 picture. And a lot of fun conversation there with Rafe. Looking forward for people to hear that. And then early next week, conversation about One Battle After Another, which I saw yesterday. And it's going to be an awesome conversation. That's a fantastic movie.
I saw Boogie Nights at the theater with cousin John and his wife Gail, and we were getting ready to leave to get up at the end. We're like, oh, it's not over yet.
No. Big reveal at the end, Doug.
Oh,
really?
Yeah,
well,
something gets unearthed.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
That's how
it was
the
uncalled for.
Movie. That's how the
it was
movie.
all leading up to it, you know? It's like the shark and Jaws. You got to eventually see it.
Yeah.
I've never seen the movie.
You've never
Are you
seen Boogie
serious?
Nights? Yeah, that's a weekend assignment for you. So I think it's on Paramount
Jack
Plus.
Black's coming out party?
Jack Black? Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Yeah, but wasn't Jack Black in there?
No. Not in Boogie Nights.
Maybe I'm thinking of the Philip Seymour Hoffman character, and it reminds me a little bit of
Scotty
kind of a
J.
squirrely.
I'm an idiot.
We'll take those calls, those texts, those thoughts. Email of the day. You're going to win $10 today. Chairman Kurt is going to direct Venmo to your account. He will send the money to you directly.
Right. Or you'll mail him a check. We have no stamps.
I don't have a check.
We've always had a stamp problem.
Design Air email of the day. There's a lot of fodder out there from the Yale talk. A lot of pharmacists are. Somebody just texted, "I'm a pharmacist."
Almost everyone in St. Louis is a pharmacist.
And we can't get on our text. And we can't get one of them on the phone.
I think they felt they were going to be badgered by Doug.
Right. They're scared. Well, because they know Doug's right.
Oh, they're counting.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe if we were on during their lunch hour, they could probably call.
It could be if they were to listen, but by then we'll be off the air. Great job.
So this is what a Timless TMA show is like. Oof. Just kidding. You guys killed it today. From Illini Lance.
Illini Lance, best of luck to you and ILL tomorrow.
Got the early start.
I think they can win that game. I think
well, they can, for sure.
I think that they will win the game. That's where I'm at. I think big bounce back week for Illinois.
And the big noon kickoff starts at 11 Central Time. ILL hosting the Trojans of USC. And the coverage on Fox, I should probably know, but it starts, I'm guessing, like around 9.
9, I would think. Yeah.
Their version of game day.
Will that be on the field in Champaign? They won't be like...
I think they're almost always on the field, right?
Well, because they're always there for the noon game. Right. So, like, the students are going to be there, right? The students will be in the building. So
it's kind of predetermined where their version of game day goes based on the game, right?
Right.
So
but a lot of those teams do play... Like Ohio State almost often plays around noon. Same with Michigan.
So you get that crew, the big noon crew, you could have multiple times in one year.
Right.
It's not like college game day where, they haven't been here.
Because it's all Big Ten. Right.
Right.
And when college game day this weekend is...
did Tallahassee meet?
Happy Valley.
Happy Valley, right.
So they are coming there.
Awesome. It's going to be an awesome scene.
Oregon, Penn State. Who you got? You got money on it?
I'm going to take Oregon, although I don't feel strongly about it one way or another.
Big game James loses another big game?
Yeah.
Just kind of counting on it?
I think Oregon might be really good. So if I had to bet, I probably won't touch that game. I don't think I'll touch either Alabama, Georgia, or Penn State, Oregon. If I do, it would be like the total. And I might take the under because everyone's on the over in that game.
And Mizzou 43.5.
Wouldn't touch that either.
Yeah,
because those get.
Let's say you're winning 35-0, and you put all the backups in, and it's 35-7.
I think the backups can put up some points on this team.
It's anytime it's a massive spread like that, it's kind of you run up against a lot of crap.
Is it possible Mizzou starts kicking field goals on first down just to get the kicking team
some work in?
At Seckman,
they line up the kicking team.
At Seckman, our football team was so bad when I was there. We would punt on 2nd and 3rd down.
Oh,
why?
Really?
We were losing every weekend of Eureka.
So they didn't even try?
They did not. I was not on the squad, but we were known for our 3rd down punting.
Oh, okay. If I was the AD there, I'd have some questions of the coach.
Was it like 3rd and 30 or something?
I think most of our 3rd downs were in 3rd and long situations.
So instead of just trying to get it to the sticks, you're just like, all right, we'll kick it. Give it back.
We were the victim of lots of running clocks.
Did you have a good punter at least?
I don't remember.
Just shanking balls.
So why were they so bad? It's a big area, but it's a big school, right?
I don't know if this plays into it. But we were a new school at that point. We hadn't really had a lot of time to establish ourselves as a program.
No culture yet.
I think they're actually relatively good now. But back when they were a punching bag when I was there, a lot of people had us on the schedule for homecoming.
Kurt, do you by chance know the total of that Penn State-Oregon game?
I can have that for you momentarily.
Trying to find it.
53.5.
Oh, boy. I thought it was going to be higher. No, I'm not going to touch it.
Doug now on the text line says, "What's the number? I'll have a pharmacist call in."
No, too late.
Another one says, "I'm a pharmacist. Call me."
No, you got all these pharmacists missed their chance.
The St. Louis area is made up roughly demographically
apparently
about 90% pharmacists.
The TMA demographic is all pharmacists, according to the text line today. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. Busy day there, but also on the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
What are they saying in there, Mark?
What's on tap this weekend, KG? Weirdness? That's what the TMA remote lab is asking Kurt.
The lamp, it's a Friday tradition that the lamp asks what kind of shenanigans I'm going to get into, and I'm looking forward to a weekend of not making the trip up to Columbia. So I will be committing the deadly sin of sloth this weekend quite a bit.
You're going to hit the dating apps?
It's not at the top of the priority list, but if I happen to get a notification that a Philly has sent me a like, then I'll see what's doing.
No fooling.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're mid-sloth, then you'd have to stop, clean yourself up. And kinda...
Like, what if that LSU Ole Miss game's really good and you know the night window's looming? You know, you might just crack open some more Cheez-Its and
Well, you can always record the game, right?
I don't have TiVo or whatever you record.
You have
with
no
these
way
days.
to record a game?
I don't believe so. I use my parents' Fubo. I don't know if you can record on Fubo.
For heaven's sakes.
But I'm gonna move the bedroom TV into the living room. I'm gonna do a Tim Light this weekend. I'm gonna have 3 screens going.
It sounds like risky business, but it's your own home.
I'll be sliding around I have hardwood floors, so I intend to slide around on my socks and in my undies. And
how will you celebrate Tim's birthday?
You have 24 hours celebrating Tim's birthday.
You're a true son. You're in Vegas. The blinds are pulled. Email of the day on $10 of Chairman's Money on tap next.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, same street the company is headquartered still today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. Stifel partners with the Cardinals and the Blues and also the Stifel Charity Classic and Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the people, the city, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered as one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Tomorrow evening, we'll have some Blues hockey right here on 101 ESPN as they take on the Blackhawks. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? My bad. There we go.
Blues hockey Saturday night downtown, preseason with the Blackhawks, and then a little bit later than that, the Dogs are home. What do you call them? The dog? I don't even know that whole story. The Doggies are home. City as City. Why? Because they didn't have a nickname. You guys came up with names.
So when they were trying to become, before they were like, the team was fully announced, the guys were kicking around the name. This is before I was on the program, and Doug really wanted a simple name, something easy, and he said that there is no real team that's just called the Dogs, so why not be the St. Louis Dogs?
And that's how it started.
And that's how it started.
And then they got sponsored by Purina.
Which
thought
perfect. Yeah. And then at the beginning of their tenure in St. Louis, there was kind of a battle that we weren't aware of, that people were like really hardcore City fans didn't like, that we were trying to nickname them the Dogs.
They wanted Ravioli Boys.
Yeah,
or Hellcats.
Yeah, Hellcats.
Those are great choices.
Yeah.
So the squad will be taking on LAFC tomorrow night. So they're at home. Blues are at home. So our buddy Eddie McVeigh down in Magill. It's a hopping night in St. Louis. Cards at Wrigley all weekend long. Miles Michaelis on the mound. Final Cardinals start for Miles Michaelis. How will history remember the Miles Michaelis era? You got the Ryder Cup going on. We've been talking about that throughout the show. Bad start for the Americans out of the gate. We also have a thing we do called Email of the Day.
Yeah, and it's brought to you by Design Air. And Tim's going to tell us a little bit about Design Air before we get into the Email of the Day.
Design Air Heating and Cooling, longtime sponsor here on TMA. As a matter of fact, the longest running sponsor on TMA going back a decade. That's Seth Goldcamp, who is fourth generation owner, operator of Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Martin is a client. Doug is a client. And I am a client as well of Design Air Heating and Cooling. Matter of fact, they're coming by the house to do a furnace tune-up for the cold weather months, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. You run into any issues with your HVAC system, just go to designairservice.com and work with the great Seth Goldcamp and his team. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. That's why TMA has been on for 21 years. The audience supporting the sponsors. These people choose to support the show, and we ask that you support them. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com.
All right. You guys ready for the Design Air?
Well, sure.
We're ready.
Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. All right. Cue the music.
You got a lot on your plate there, buddy.
And here we go. I don't write emails for Kurt's $10. I write them for the love of the game and Tim's acknowledgement and clout when I chase down foul balls on the middle school diamond. But how dare these golfers threaten to ruin delicious Timmy's Blue Eyes, I assume this means solidarity, Las Vegas vacation. Solitary, I was wrong. Solitary Las Vegas vacation. Be the ball, Danny. My parents met in pharmacy school. That is probably what drew me to the excitement and allure of statistics. Growing up, we didn't have nooning tree money, but we could regular Miss Sherry's Cafe. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Mustaches, Drops, and Bunny.
Shooter McGavin, vice president of Bunny.
You ever date somebody and you've been sleeping with them for a while, but then they do something that you just can't shake and you kind of get the ick, and all of a sudden you once lusted for longingly, you now want nothing to do with? Well, that's what happened to me when Grandpa Doug dropped that little Colgate joke on us earlier. I will never, and I mean never, be into him again. Just kidding. Paint me like one of your French girls, Doug. Now that's what I call Doug 27. I kind of like that name.
That was the name? Now that's what I call Doug 27.
Yeah, I'm pretty into that.
Odd.
Right, this one looks like a poem. Oh, Bob, who once walked Yale's hallowed halls, now walk the dugouts answering bullpen calls. A free-range doc with no fixed abode, prescribing fastballs in the open road. He's got a PhD in pitching relief and a pill to help cure Walker's grief. With a mortar and pestle, he grinds out hope, even when the Cards can barely cope. He knows the stats, the pitching malaise. The ERA spiked in the strikeout phase. So he mixes a cocktail bold and bizarre. 1 part OPS, 2 parts war. No pill for poor trades, no salve for lost speed, yet Bob sees the root, the soul, and the need. Analytics and aspirin, scouting and balm, he blends them all with clinical calm. No Band-Aid trades or placebo swings, Bob's cure involves championship rings. So here's to Bob, the hero of the story. May his prescriptions bring back October glory. Until next time, the TMA Troubadour.
TMA Troubadour.
And Doug, finally. Doug, guess what? I found a half-used bottle of wasp spray. Want to meet me in the parking lot below at Ameristar? I'll be posted up in the front corner in the beat-up white and rust-stained Chevy van. A little huffy-huffy, a little panky-panky. Let me know. It's from the Bridgeton landfill fume offer.
Strong batch today.
You're supposed to huff the wasp spray? What does that do for you?
He said a little huffy.
Go to Ameristar and find out.
You're huffing wasp spray. How sad is your addiction when you're turned to the wasp spray?
That's what we got for the design, air heating, and cooling unit today.
And the chairman did announce ahead of time off air there was a little linging.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty strong.
Well, the TMA Troubadour put in a lot of effort, so I'll vote for him. TMA Troubadour.
Okay.
It's my vote.
I'll just to mix it up, I'll go with the Doug 27.
I'm
guy.
also, that's what I call Doug 27.
What?
I was going to go with that one too. No, that's what I called Doug 27. Send me your Venmo, $10.
Yeah, $10. You earned it.
How about Chairman didn't feel good about the badge and he still got a fork over?
That's because he's committed to it.
He's committed to his craft. It's a full weekend, great sports weekend, and nobody will break it down like us on Monday. And of course, we'll have pharmacy talk, Doug, and maybe Yale alumni talk, and all of the above. But in the meantime, we got to roll. BK and Ferrari are next.